inaugural Mid-Atlantic Black Farmers Caucus, and my name is Stephanie Miller, and I'm here to welcome you this morning. Thank you for coming. I wanted to give acknowledgement to all of the wonderful members who behind the scenes worked diligently for a very long time to make sure that we had this event today. And I want to say thank you to them because it was a lot of hard work. So I wanted to introduce our keynote speaker for this morning, Dr. Amin, a naturopathic doctor, homeopath, and Chinese medicine practitioner with over 20 years of experience, will be the keynote speaker. His talk, What It Means to Empower Yourself by Growing Your Own Food, reflects his belief in empowering patients for a healthy, authentic life. Founder of the Purple Mountain Organics and Wisdom Path Healing Center, Dr. Amin is dedicated to supporting local agriculture and fostering better health. So if we could give Dr. Amin a round of applause. Thank you.
Peace, everyone. Good morning. As Dr. Amin. So I'd like to give thanks and homage to all the ancestors that allow us to be here. Names like Fannie Lou Hamer come to mind. We have a local brother here in D.C., Baba Tariq Oduno, who's been around for a while, who just transitioned. I'd like to give homage to Baba Oduno. So my name is Nazir, and I am a naturopathic doctor. I've been practicing in Tacoma Park and in the DC area for the last, it's going to be 25 years this year. Naturopathic doctors basically go through a 4 years training, medical school. I have an undergraduate degree in biology. I went to Xavier University was my undergrad, and I ended up going to a school called Bastyr out in Seattle. It's a 4-year naturopathic school that specializes in natural medicine. I'm also an acupuncturist. I've taken Chinese herbs, so I do a lot of natural medicine in the area. I've been into farming, so as part of my medical practice, we help our patients transition their diet. I think diet is the biggest absolute cure for most people in their health. We're going to get into that. And so as a way to help people change their diet, I've had this bug for growing food for a while. And when I got here, we always kept the garden kind of in our yard. And it's always for us been about communal or at least household self-sustenance. I've always tried to grow as much food as I could for my house. In the early years of that, before 2010, we would actually try to grow as much carrots and sweet potatoes, and we'd almost turn orange in the wintertime trying to make it through the winter on stuff that we actually grew. So it was a huge effort, and I couldn't do that without my family. And then we kind of got into grains, but Purple Mountain Organics started as an offshoot of Wisdom Path Healing Center, which is my medical practice, right? So people would come over, we started doing cooking classes. For the cooking classes, basically people would come over, we introduced everyone to a whole foods diet. And so getting away from all the white stuff and all the garbage in their diet and introducing them to whole foods. And so we would take people out in the backyard, and then these children in the garden, then they go out there and pick the food that they were going to prepare for the cooking classes. And so that's kind of how Purple Mountain Organics got started, because at that point, people started asking us to help them grow their own gardens, right? And so I started on my off days kind of going around, preparing a few beds and making gardens for people. And at some point, we kind of transitioned upwards. In 2010, I got a walk-behind tractor, I think back in 2006. So I was in some of the community gardens around DC, Blair Road, and we would do up a bunch of plots for all the different gardeners in the garden. And then in 2010, UDC, Bread for the City, actually came to us. They had written a grant with the University of District of Columbia to do a 2-acre food orchard for Bread for the City. And so that's how we were able to scale up. I've been doing contract work over there for, that just ended, but we've been working with them since 2010. So I was able to scale up and get a bunch of equipment. And during that process, we started you notice this grain on here is rice. So we got a grant back in 2014, I want to say. That was a methodology grant. It was a USDA NIFA grant, which was growing dryland rice in the Mid-Atlantic using a biodegradable plastic on drip tape. So basically growing rice using regular farming practices that most small farmers have available to them. And so, you know, from all of the challenges that come, so for us, from a sustenance perspective, that meant that we could finally grow the grains, because the grains were the things that we didn't grow. My diet is a vegan diet, so adding grains to the diet meant that I could grow 90% of the food that crossed over my plate, right? And so that was a big deal for us. And then the challenges of small grain production has to do more so with processing equipment than anything else. There's not a lot of small grain processing equipment around. So I'll just show you some of the things that we've done to make it all happen. So you can see this is that's one of our fields from this year. This is about 1.5 acres right here. That's all our rice patch. You can see we have, that's one variety. We have about 6 different varieties of rice in that patch. And then right next to the rice, can you hear me okay without this? Yeah. All right. So right next to the rice, we have beans. This is another set of beans. And then next to that, we have vegetables, and then there's some cover crop over there. So the land that we're on now, we rent land in PG County from PG Park and Planning. We're right next to the Patuxent River. This plot is about 12 acres, and then we run another plot up in Montgomery County. That's another 3 acres where we grow grains mostly. So we've invested a lot in this plot right here. And so, but it's very unique to see rice, which is normally associated with wet land and wet growing and wet climates, right next to dry beans, which is associated with a dry climate, and most of the beans that we eat probably come from Idaho, North Dakota, Wisconsin, you know, states that get 5-10 inches of rain. So we're able to make it happen. It's a lot of effort, but we can make it happen right here in the DMV. Other grains that we grow, einkorn, which is an ancient grain. That's a field of einkorn that I'm harvesting there. We do wheats, so we will do like a hard wheat, which hard wheats are good for making bread. We'll do a hard white wheat, a hard red wheat. We do soft wheats, which are good for making pastry. We'll do a hard, soft white and a soft red every year. And so most of our fields of wheat are only 1 to 2 acres. Oats, we'll do up to 5 or 6 acres of oats, or I said I have done up to 5 to 6 acres of oats. So this is oats in their milky stage. Oats are a beautiful crop. So these oats are hullless oats, which means that we're able to hull them, basically grow them, harvest them, and they don't have a hull on them. So we have to run them through some seed cleaning equipment, but we can get it down to where basically when you eat our oats, you're eating a raw oats. There's most oats, like when you buy Quaker oats, what they have to do is like steam the oats and then they dehull the oats and then you get that. The oats that we grow, it's raw. So all we do to those oats is grow them. We experiment a lot with a lot of different grains. This is an Ethiopian blue barley. That's right out of the combine right there. It's been beautiful to grow different grains from around the world. This is sesame, or I think they call it benet. Yeah. So we've been able to experiment with sesame. And then the beans. So I love all the different bean varieties that we can grow. Each of them are different. The more beans, they're some of the most beautiful crops around. I call them, when I got a pocket full of beans, I feel like I got a pocket full of diamonds. They're just that beautiful to walk around with and have them go all the way. There's a lot of challenges that go with dry beans. In this climate, we have to pull plants, which means that we end up sometimes pulling, 2 years ago, we pulled about 3 or 4 acres of plants. And which means that we have to pull these plants, put them in a dry place, let them dry down, and then run them through the combine. The challenges that we have with the beans is to find beans that have a good standability, which means that the beans set their pods up high on the plant, and we can run through the field with the combine without having to do all the handwork. But from a sustenance point of view, to be able to grow beans and get good dry beans, whether you got to pull them or not, right? It's good to do this kind of experimentation. And so it's just been a privilege to work with the dry beans. So we grow corn, but none of this is GMO corn. So that top piece of corn up there is a corn called Revolution, which it has actually got a gene from popcorn, which does not allow it to cross pollinate with the GMO corn that's grown in this area. And then, but you can see how these other 3 on the bottom, that's popcorn. And so you can see how the popcorn did cross-pollinate with the Revolution. Because the color here, this is the color of the popcorn. This is the red popcorn. You can see how that cross-pollinated with this one, which is the popcorn that we grow. This is called the Japanese hulless popcorn. And then this is one that kind of cross-pollinated with this. So you can just see how, when we go around the fields and you look in the fields around Maryland and all around DC, all of that stuff is pretty much genetically engineered commodity crops. So whatever we can do to insulate ourselves and to protect ourselves from some of these growing habits, we try to do. So this year we got a new mill. This doesn't look like much, but this is a really nice, it's called a Zentrafan. This is a stone ground mill. This piece right here is a piece of volcanic lava rock. And what this thing does is kind of throw the grain around that rock, and it actually mills the flour at 84 degrees, which milling, once you get up to, even with a good stone ground mill, there's challenges around keeping the temperature of the flour below like 118 degrees, which is where you start to destroy the enzymes. So we don't have any issues with the enzymes, maintaining the enzymes, and so this is a beautiful investment that came in. We waited 2 years for this thing to come from Germany. And so this is one of our market setups. We're in DuPont Circle. We're at the Tacoma Park Farmers Market. And you can see we have probably 7 or 8 different varieties of beans. We have 6 or 7 varieties of rice. We have the oatmeal, barley. We do buckwheat. We do buckwheat groats. This is just our grain setup, the grain portion of what we do. So it's a huge offering that we have for the size of our operation. This is my son. So to make all this possible, this is my son Viraga. He's harvesting some rice right here this year. And to make this possible, when we first started off with this, so the way the grant was set up, we were going to grow an acre worth of rice. And so I thought that we were going to use some hand sickles and cut it all by hand and run it through a thresher. And thankfully, at some point in my thinking, I was trying to work out. So the only equipment that's around is really from old university equipment, seed cleaning equipment, and as soon as you put the title research on a piece of equipment, it almost, like the price of it goes up 10 times, right? So we were looking at all this used equipment that was like super expensive, and finally this one man called me back and he asked me, he said, well, what are you trying to do? And I explained to him, and he said, I just bought a little combine, and well, first he said, I like what you're doing. And he said, I just bought this little combine, which wasn't a little at all. And he's like, I'll sell it to you at a good price. So we were able to start off in the beginning. It was a big Massey Ferguson combine that he sold me. So we went from the Massey Ferguson combines, and then in order to get the rice hulled, we had to start importing Japanese equipment. So I've been every year, well, for about 4 or 5 years before COVID, every year we imported used Japanese equipment. The Japanese have an intact, here, once you go to grains, you're straight into commodity crops, which means that once that stuff leaves the field, it's getting on a train somewhere, it's going to some huge mill somewhere, and then, we'll talk about what happens there after that. So just to create a local grain economy, to be able to grow a grain in the field, harvest it, get it processed. With the grains, the whole process is we got to get this stuff out of the field. You got to get it dried down to where it is stable. So which means usually drying it down somewhere between 14 to 12%, depending on what you're going to use. If you're going to do seed, then you got to get it down more like 10% sometimes. And so that the Japanese have a local sustainable system. They grow rice for their communities. So they have mills in their community. So I looked there and we figured out, I called all around, I was doing research, and finally I called somewhere in Japan, and this man picked up the phone and he spoke English. And he's actually become one of my really good friends over the years. And he's probably sold us, we've gotten like 5 or 6 containers shipped into Baltimore, and we've got a few other farmers set up with equipment. This is just one of the combines that I have. This thing will harvest rice. It'll also harvest the oats and the wheat, it will not harvest the beans. So outside of the grains, we love watermelon. We love just growing vegetables in general. Watermelons happen to be one of the crops that we like to grow a lot. This one is, I think, the orange watermelon that we grow. All the watermelon that we do is seeded. I have an issue with the fact that nobody likes seeded watermelon anymore. Sweet potatoes, every year we grow thousands of pounds of sweet potatoes. On a local level, like this, I've been throwing trees in the ground in my neighbor's yards for years around Tacoma Park. I believe in communal sustainability. So this is some figs from a tree in my neighborhood. These are pawpaws from the backyard. Pawpaws are native fruit to this area with the Native Americans. It's actually kind of like eating custard. I don't know, people would describe it somewhere between a mango and a banana. My advice is just not to eat too much of it. Pecans, you know, as a kid, pecans were like, that was my hustle. That was my first hustle, because when you, in the South, you can pick pecans, and that's how we bought our books, that's how we paid for our clothes when we went to school. We would pick sacks and sacks of pecans. My family had land in the country, and we would get dropped off in the morning, and then they would come pick us up in the afternoon, and we spent the whole day picking pecans. So I planted a pecan tree in my front yard, in my neighbor's front yard, and we got pecans growing right there in Tacoma Park. This persimmon tree, for years I had issues with squirrels. This year, for some reason, the thief squirrel, the main one, must have passed away because they left us alone. And we had a bumper crop of persimmons. And so I'm showing you these just to show you, like, these are things that we can do in our communities to create self-determination. This was a crop of sugarcane. I'd gone down to Louisiana, and they have what they call chewing patches, which is all these old black folk have sugarcane patches where they just go out the back door and cut off a piece, and then they'll like nibble it down and just chew on it. So, but this is some of the best. So from this, I grew this, and I put a picture. This was actually something that we grew at UBC. But I put this picture on Instagram, and my brother called me. He said, "Hey man, you know, our grandfather, my father's father and my grandmother's two brothers, the spot that we built our house on." So I grew up in this town, and then the goal of my father was to move us out of the neighborhood that we were in back to the family land, right? And so the spot that we built our house on was the spot where my grandfather and his two brother-in-laws had their sugarcane mill. So that's what they did. And so this is me back in, I'll let y'all guess, but this had to be in the mid-70s. But you can see I've always had a bit of a farming attitude, and you know, we grew up in a small town in probably one of the worst neighborhoods, or the poorest neighborhoods, I should say. And so, you know, it really was a testament. This is my cousin down there, and this is a field of oats at the end. You can see oats are some of the itchiest crops to harvest, right? It makes you wish that I bought a closed cab combine. But my cousin Leon here, he came up here, and he came like a day early, and he came and sat in my office. No, he came the day he was supposed to come, but he came a couple hours early. I told him I got done with patients, and I offered him to come and have dinner with us with his wife. He came at about 4, and he just sat in my waiting room, and he kind of looked around, and he was like, all right, so you're a legit doctor. So then that Friday, he went to the African American Museum, and then this is the Saturday that he came out, and I was harvesting oats, and he helped my son dig some potatoes. So he was like, man, I don't understand why, if you're a real doctor, why are you doing this farm thing? Like, what's in it, right? And I was like, brother, this, like, the value of this towards our health, you know. So he explained to me that our family left the land. My father and his siblings, they grew up on this 40-acre plot of land through the Great Depression, right? They couldn't wait to get the hell up out of there. So for them, you know, if we look at the history of America and how that whole thing was set up, they got this land in the 1900s, the early 1900s. Farming crashed right after World War II for everybody. And so everybody had a hard time. And when they went through the Great Depression, for them, the idea of wages and education was a path out of the situation that they found themselves in. So he could not understand why I would be looking back towards farming. My first attempt at organic farming was on our family land in Louisiana, and my own family ran me out of there. They were like, son, you are too educated to be a farmer. What is wrong with you? Right? And so they could not understand it. And so, you know, but for me, farming, you know, I went through this whole Afrocentric stage, and to me, farming is the most revolutionary thing that we could do. You can have all the revolution you want, but when you sit to eat that food that you're eating, if your oppressor is putting that food on your plate, you will never be free. And so our health depends on us growing our own food. So, you know, the history of Maryland, of farming in this region, you know, is completely different than what happened in Pennsylvania, right? When the settlers came here, well, they barely made it. But in about 1600, they found tobacco. And tobacco was a crop that bailed white folk out because they started getting money for it. And so between 1600 and 1800, they, in Maryland and Virginia in particular, Pennsylvania does not have this history because Pennsylvania was not a slave state, but Maryland and Pennsylvania started off with tobacco, right? And so what they did was deplete the soil. Slavery farming was extractionary farming. Slavery farming was a colonial soil degradation event. It was frontier colonization. They took the land, they depleted it. If you lived on a plantation and they allowed you to even have animals, those animals almost had to live in the woods. Nothing got recycled from that process because the fields for that commodity crop was the field for the commodity crop. There was no circles on any of those farms, right? Meaning there was no compost being put back on the field. So they used those fields until they just depleted the soil, and then they moved somewhere else, right? And so this is the history of farmland in Maryland. And so for me, getting this piece of property in PG County, I don't care what piece of property I get, it's going to be sacred to me. And so the goal is to produce the most nutrient-dense food. So we have 200, 300, 400 years now of soil demineralization. They've depleted the minerals from the soil. And so my goal, wherever I go, is to add those minerals back to the land. And so this is me on the compost pile, adding a bunch of minerals back to the land. We had Remates, we had zeolite, we had, when we look at our soil test, we're really trying to balance out the minerals. It's not this way of growing food using just nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. To even think like that, you're thinking like a chemical farmer. And so we'll get into that, but my goal is soil remineralization. So we use a lot of compost, we put a lot of minerals on it. So we're adding organic. The goal is to bring the soil back to life. The life in the soil supports the plants to be the healthiest that they could be, and those plants help us be the healthiest that we can be. But we have to restore the microbiome of the soil to restore our own microbiome. It's not going to happen. You can take all the probiotics you want from the health food store. You need to get it from your food. So, and the way to get it is to start a system. There's some folk in here who I saw the composting people over here. You can start composting on a house level, but you gotta start recycling compost, organic matter, and minerals back into your soil. The other way that we build up our soil is through cover cropping, or what they call green manuring, which is we're growing plants. This is a nice cover crop of sun hemp with sorghum Sudan grass and a bunch of different millets, and all of this is geared towards going right back in the ground and feeding the soil. And so whenever we don't have fallow, we cover crop. That's another beautiful cover crop. That looks like either a spring crop. That's our last spring greens crop. So for us, we're a small operation. So at any time, we'll do like a quarter acre here, a quarter acre there of like a greens patch or our summer patch. Our watermelon plot, I think, is more like we do like a third of an acre. Sometimes we do a half an acre. But we keep it small because there's only us. It's me, my family, and some extended folk. And hopefully from meetings like this, we'll be able to expand. So a large part of what we're into is measuring how to grow the most nutrient-dense crop we can. How can we get, so these instruments, refractometers, I can't remember the instrument on the bottom there, but they're all geared towards measuring the nutrient density of the food. So I want to go a little bit towards naturopathic medicine. So, I tell people I've been black 3 times in my life, and they're like, what does that mean? I'm like, I know my skin is dark. But the original experience of growing up in Louisiana, and so when I left, my background, when I left home, I went to New Orleans. I was country come to town. I literally went wild, buck wild when I got to New Orleans. And thankfully, I was always kind of dedicated and committed, so I ended up working as a EMT intermediate from 1987 to 1990. I worked as a medic for the city of New Orleans. And this was probably the height of the crack epidemic. And so and I was pre-med at Xavier at the time. So my work as an EMT led me to know I did not want any parts of the Western medical system. I watched people die because they didn't have funds. I watched people die because of the color of their skin. I watched people die for reasons that people should not leave out of here. And so in the end, I changed. There was this man who came to the hospital one day, and there was a European. He was walking into the hospital, and I said, man, I know you from somewhere. He's like, I don't know you. I said, I'm sure I know you from somewhere. He said, well, where do you work? I said, I work right here in the emergency room. He said, well, he said, I had a code, I had a heart attack, and y'all brought me back to life in there, and so you probably know me from then. And he said, I'm coming here today to show them that I'm off of all their meds and I don't need their help anymore. So I was like, what? What do you mean? Like, how is that possible? First of all, I've never seen anybody survive a code. And to see him walk up and say that he was coming back, and he's like, I'm a vegetarian. He's like, my heart is fine now. And so I was just in awe. So that was the spark that got me to start changing my diet right there, right? And so after that, of course, I read some other things that really helped me out, but that was the spark that the seed was planted. And so in the end, I changed my diet, I changed my lifestyle, and so I decided that naturopathic medicine would be the kind of medicine that I wanted to do, right? And so I found a school in Seattle, and I went there. So the 6 principles of naturopathic medicine: first, do no harm, which means that you always want to use, and you can think about this when you think about growing your food, right? Or when you think about treating your garden, but using the least invasive and the least toxic therapies available. And that changes over time, because even for me, I used to spray pyrethrins and some other, even neem and some other things. Now I don't even spray that kind of stuff anymore, right? I use garlic oil and thyme and bugs, microbes, probiotics for plants. And so even the way I think about how I treat from a farming perspective has shifted. And so identifying and treating the cause. As a naturopath, I spend 2 hours on my first visit with people, because you have to treat people, not diseases, right? That's what's wrong with the medical system. You go in there and they put you in a box, and then they ask you a few questions and they're done with you. They don't know whatever you got, what that means for you, to you, for you. They're not treating you, right? They're treating you like a machine. And so the goal for me is always to get that person's own energy on their side. And so when you can do that, when you understand what's going on, you can help people get their energy on the side, which means that we move to the next one, which is believing in the healing power of nature. Our bodies have the innate wisdom. The divine lives in us. We have the innate wisdom to heal when we get over. And a lot of times, even the worst stuff that's coming at us is for us to grow. But it's definitely telling us we need to change. We can't continue down this path that we're on. And so the goal is something that we're doing is not serving us, and we need to shift. So doctor is teacher, treating the whole person. And then prevention is always better than cure. So I use whole foods. I really think that getting people, I'm vegan. I've been vegan for 33 years. And so I don't necessarily think the vegan diet is the be-all diet for everybody. I think it's actually pretty hard to be vegan. And then with all the crap out here that's vegan junk food, I think it's even harder, because the goal is to stay away from the crap. And they made vegan crap very easy to get. And so, but if you eat whole foods, I think it's highly possible. And so I use herbs. I do whatever it takes to keep people away from the doctor. Those other people. Not me. The deeper part of naturopathic medicine is called vitalistic medicine, which is understanding that as above, so below. The universe is ordered and governed by immutable principles. The same dynamics that at work in the universe are at work in our bodies. That health is the natural state of humanity, and disease is an adaptive response to a disturbance in the field. That correction of that disturbance should result in the restoration of health, and that intervention should always use the least force And also to know sometimes when your limits as a practitioner. When people are living a certain lifestyle, they need surgery, they need certain things. It's too late. Even if you change everything now, your body's fixed into this path, so you need some of this other intervention before you can shift, right? So it's good when you go to a practitioner that knows the limitations of what they do. So disease is a dynamic, maladaptive posture. You can take this little white girl who's among the lions, and you can put a little black kid right in Southeast DC, and it's the same response. It ain't normal, right? And so if we're always stuck, any one of us go to Africa and go on this and go through this experience, we come back down the street, walking down the street, the neighbor's pet comes running up, and we're like, oh, the neighbor finds us in the tree. The first thing we're going to say is, we're tripping, right? This thing happened to me, and it's so strong, my body's still in that response. This is what disease is. This is what it starts as, right? And that could be a response like this. It could be hearing gunshots out your window. It could be, my parent never looked at me. I don't know what to do. I didn't get any instructions. And so, but we're stuck there. Our energy loses its dynamism, right? We get stuck in these responses. So you have to help people lose that stuckness. So just going over some of the interconnections, the microcosm and the macrocosm. This symbol is a symbol of oneness. This is our essence. This is the outside world. Our goal, to me, spirituality is to bring this presence to the outside in everything that we do, right? And so in the other slide, we pick a point here and say, this is good. And we see a point over there and say, I don't ever want to be here. And we spend our energy trying to get over here and never being over there. And we call one good and the other one evil. And that's duality. But it's all us, right? There is no other. We are one. We are nature. You know, the idea of being at one, we are nature. The separation from nature happened through Europeans. Our ancestors knew that they were nature. This is an ancient, it's called the flower of life, right? This is an ancient symbol found throughout a whole lot of cultures, right? But the idea that somehow now we're advanced, it's just a joke, because look at that, right? Anybody know what this is? Somebody does, because y'all been in my lecture, but this is a cross-section of human DNA under electron microscopy, right? So look at that, look at that. Our ancients knew. So, I practice Chinese medicine. One of the systems I use is called the Tao. This is yin, this is yang, a little bit of yin over here, a little bit of yang over there. They cannot exist without each other. So our whole three-tiered version of the universe of heaven, earth, and hell, it's such a joke. Like, we are all of that, right? The biggest devil we know is us. The biggest angel we know is us, because they're only us. And so, but we engage in duality as if there's another. And so, what the Tao does is it gives us a map. And in Chinese medicine, this is kind of the map that we use to be able to allow us to think in terms of systems, right? And so, there's 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water.
And they correspond to 5 seasons, 5 stages of growth, 5 flavors, 5 temperatures, wind, heat, emotions, and organs in the body. And so, one of the ways where this right here just frees you up. So we have wood is the liver. The time to heal the liver is in the spring. You heal the liver with the flavor of sour. And so, and it relates to the emotion anger. Fire has to do with summer, maturity, and to heal the heart, you want to heal that, really focus on the healing of it in the summer, and the flavor is bitter. The earth is late summer, has to do with harvest. Metal is autumn, has to do with dealing with death and loss. But it also has to do with with a period of stagnation after we harvest. And then winter is considered a period of rebirth. And if we want to think about what's missing in our system of thinking in this culture is that we are all afraid of death because we don't understand rebirth. And so farming teaches you rebirth. When you start to trust nature and observe nature, you see that there is no death. And so that level of empowerment is there. All right, so these are the thugs. This man, his name is Flexner. All right, I'm gonna run just. All right, his name is Flexner. Flexner he was actually the brother of the president of the Rockefeller Institute, who was the MD. This man was hired by J.P. Morgan. In 1910, he produced the Flexner Report. The Flexner Report, what that did was, we went from 148 medical schools down to 66. 7 black medical schools and only 2 were left. One is right across the street, and the other one is in Meharry, right? But there's a lot of stuff that needed to be gotten rid of, but there was a lot of stuff that didn't, because the interests involved here were oil interests. Rockefeller, the biggest oil man. So in 1910, the Haber-Bosch reaction happened. So at this point, what had happened in agriculture was all the soil was depleted and they didn't have anywhere. They were bringing back guano from Chile, shipping that up the C&O Canal. They were trying to revive the soil on the farms. It's a joke. Well, it's not. You know, the Quakers freed their slaves in 1815 in Olney, right? But the soil was depleted. So did they free their slaves because they were just kind people, or did they free their slaves because the soil was depleted, right? And so we have to think about things like this. But this reaction allowed modern agriculture to happen because they can create this artificial nitrogen. That's what they're putting in the soil, is nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. This has allowed us to grow all this food that has no nutrients, that looks like food on the shelf, but it's killing everybody. And so, plant growth promoting, all right, so I'm running out of time, but I'm going to go fast through this. So ideally, when we grow food, we are contributing to the health of the soil, which means that the bacteria and the fungi and all of those microorganisms and microbiomes of the plant are operating at its peak, and that means that the plant is operating at its peak. So all of those flavors that I showed you on the Chinese medicine graph are related to plant hormones. These are phytochemicals that do so much in our body, and they're the flavors, right? So all these phytochemicals have impacted our bodies, and we're not having them anymore. So that's where the drugs come in, right? But plant hormones and human physiology and the plant microbiome and the gut microbiome have so much in common. The plant root system is very, very similar to what happens in our large intestine. The microbes in our large intestine are doing the exact same thing that the microbes are doing in the plant root system. And so our health starts with our gut health. Leaky gut and this whole metabolic syndrome that we're dealing with starts right here. And with nutrient uptake, being able to regulate our immunity, all these autoimmune diseases, and so our fertility, and the way that we interact with the environment. So all of this depends on us having a healthy microbiome, a healthy gut lining, and that is what determines host health. We are actually made up of 140% microbial cells versus human cells. There's more microbes in us than so-called human cells. You understand that there's more microbial cells in a human being than human being cells. And so they are doing stuff that they're just beginning to understand. And so all of the short chain, so this is in the gut, this is our gut microbiome. There's a part in the gut where we make short chain fatty acids, which are really the precursors to norepinephrine, to GABA, to 5-HTP, to all of the hormones that run our system. And when this is missing, and it is, then we have so many issues. This is the beginning of metabolic syndrome. Metabolic syndrome is a whole lot of diseases, right? But it all starts with the diet. Sister, can I get 5 more minutes? Okay. Let's see if this works.
Oh, sound. Number 3.
Here you go, buddy. Focus the chin. If you close your eyes, it almost feels like you're eating runny eggs. You know, bowls, snot. Do you know what it really reminds me of? Tasty wheat. Did you ever eat tasty wheat?
No, but technically neither did you.
Well, that's exactly my point. Exactly. Because you have to wonder now. How do the machines really know what tasty wheat tasted like, huh? Maybe they got it wrong. Maybe what I think tasty wheat tasted like actually tasted like oatmeal or tuna fish. That makes you wonder about a lot of things. You take chicken, for example, maybe they couldn't figure out what to make chicken taste like, which is why chicken tastes like everything. And maybe they should figure out.
It's a single cell protein combined with synthetic aminos, vitamins, and minerals. Everything the body needs.
Doesn't it?
That's it. This is where we're at. That's not is corn and soy. These are all the fields you drive around Maryland looking at. This is the vegetable in our kids' lunch plate. Some corn chips. They're trying to do better, but this is what it is. This is what it's come down to. Ultra-processed foods. This book by Ultra-Processed People by Chris Van Sullivan. Primarily industrially produced edible substances. Everything on the inside aisle at a Safeway or a Giant is this crap. Reconstructed from whole foods down to its basic molecular constituents, which are modified and reassembled into food-like shapes and textures, heavily salted, heavily sugared, and heavily flavored. This is what people are living on. They're calling that food. And it's destroying our microbiome. It's destroying our health. All of these emulsifiers. Our bodies don't know what to do with this stuff. All of these flavors flavors. Our bodies don't know what to do with this stuff. All of the sugar. Our bodies don't know what to do with. This is bread. People are like, what's wrong with bread? We ain't never had all this crazy gluten stuff happening, right? Just simple, enriched, bleached, unbleached flour. Then they add a whole bunch of vitamins. They put in yellow cornmeal, sugar, salt, leavening, sodium acid pyrophosphate, probably something that keeps it together, soybean oil, honey powder, and natural flavor. This is not whole wheat bread. So we're in the middle of a metabolic syndrome epidemic, which includes obesity, type 2 diabetes, fatty liver disease, which probably 60% of the people in this room have, cancer, heart disease, hypertension, dementia, infertility, inflammatory diseases. All of this is related to our diet. And so, the way that we process sugar, the pancreas, we have insulin. Insulin should be secreted for 2 hours after we eat. Then you get glucagon. Insulin stores glycogen and it uses energy from the cells. Glucagon breaks down glycogen, which is sugar stored in the liver and in the muscles. So for 2 hours after that, you get glucagon breaking this down. Then you go into gluconeogenesis, which is the breakdown of fat. If you're always snacking, if you're always eating sugary drinks, you never see glucagon. Your body's always building up fat. This is the beginning of fatty liver disease. This is the beginning of cancer, hypertension. This is the beginning of so-called syndrome X. In Chinese medicines, diabetes is considered what they call wasting and thirsting syndrome. Thirst, hunger, excessive urination, spleen and stomach can't transport. Basically, diabetes is you're eating a whole bunch, you're not getting anything from it. So while your plate is full, your cells are starving. This is what's happening in America. This is also what's happening to the soil. The soil is naked, hungry, thirsty, and running a fever. How are we going to eat food that has nothing and get something from it? This whole NPK thing is no nutrients, no phytochemicals in the food. It shuts down the plant's ability to work with microbes to get nutrients. All of the pesticides kill the microbiome. They leach off the nutrients. You cannot get nutrients. It destroys the soil. This is where we're at. So I tell everybody, whether you got a farm or not, to try to decrease the use of antimicrobials. We got too many this whole scare of us versus nature, this whole thing that just happened with COVID, us versus nature. We have to learn that we are nature and these things need to be integrated inside of us. And so this war needs to end. The plastic, we gotta quit. We're poisoning ourselves with plastic. In your personal life, on the farm, we have to decrease the fertilizers, the soluble fertilizers. NPK chemical approach to farming needs to go. Increase organic matter, remineralize the soil, use seed inoculants. We have to put the good microbes in. And so the same goes in our personal lives. And I would say, go find yourself a nature bath. Get your energy in present time. Learn how to meditate. There's only us. And so the more we're able to live in our fullness and bring our presence to everything that we do, right? This is what life is about. This is how we grow. And so I've said a lot. I think I'll stop right here. Any questions? Real quick.
What do you think would be something What we recommend to a person with an iron deficiency, what should they change in their diet?
Sister, it's really, there's a number of reasons why you would not absorb iron. But I would start with, I'm all for, instead of supplementing with iron, to start with simple things like increasing greens. My diet is greens, grains, and beans. And so making sure you got the greens in your diet. If the plant-based thing doesn't work for you, there's a lot of other stuff that we can do, but that's, we can talk about that on a one-on-one. I can help you.
Okay, thank you.
In terms of farming, how do you think about raised nest? If I was going to raise nest, we should focus on like giving the soil back what it's missing. Should we still be focused on raised gardening?
Raised bed gardening is fine. I mean, you just gotta add the minerals. But those minerals need to be added everywhere that we farm, especially when we farm in like sandier soils so you just have to do the soil test. There's ways that you can look at your soil test and see the minerals that are missing. And, adding humates, adding rock dust, you can do this on a raised bed level, right?
Hi, my question is, raw vegetables, eating them raw or cooking them, is there much harm in cooking them, or does it change the balance of the plant in our bodies?
So, I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner, and what that means is I'm not, I think raw foods are good for us when the weather is warm outside. Raw foods are cold and damp. Cold and damp is basically balanced by a hot and dry climate outside, which means that raw foods are primarily good for us in the summertime. I think that people out here doing these raw foods in the middle of the winter, that's not a healthy thing to do. I mean, I do eat like a salad, 25-30% of what I eat is a salad all year round. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying living on raw foods in the wintertime in a cold, wet climate is not a healthy thing from a Chinese medicine perspective.
I have a question. As far as, I think we're probably all believers, right, in everything that you're saying, and it's a matter of like build it and they will come, or meeting people where they are, like, bringing this like to the masses, and like what's your approach?
See, my approach has been to, one, this farming thing, I'll be honest with y'all, it's rough out here, right? I'm doing it out of principle. I'm doing it because I know it's the right thing to do. Am I getting rich from farming? No way, right? So I think one thing I've had to do is make sure I maintain my value. The prices that we charge for foods are the prices that my buddy Heinz down in Southern Maryland charges. And he's charging that based on the labor that goes into what we're producing. So I didn't even consider myself a farmer. He's a professional farmer. I'm a doctor, right? I can't determine his work. So he determined the worth of the food. I'm using that, and I'm sticking by it because I think we have to, we've set up a small-scale local grain production system. There has to be a value to that because the alternative is the stuff that you saw on the Matrix, right? That's where we're going. We're already there. So if you want to get out of that, then you got to invest in a local foods economy. People need to see the value of the food because the price of the food, we're all over here begging because we are trying to compete with California produce prices and there's still slavery going on in California. There's nobody can afford to live in D.C. and be just a farmer.
Right. Well, and I think you're making the point. It's like, and I think that's what the purpose of these like kind of gatherings are, because we're at a tipping point. There's the resources are out there, the interest is going there. We're all returning back to the earth,
right.
But it's frustrating, right? Because we're like, hello, like wake up, listen, what's going on?
You gotta hold it up and go as long as you can, sister.
Yeah.
That's what I do. And I give it away before I give it to people for, it's just like when I first got here, I really wanted patience, right? So I'd go to all these events and I'd see people and but what I learned is you cannot let other people determine your worth. You have to determine your worth. And you gotta stand by that. Otherwise, people will roll over you. They'll be like, oh, you're a naturopathic doctor. You ain't no real doctor. Well, I got some real ass medical bills for going to school, right? The money that I send to them for my student loan is just like the money that any of these people are sending for their student loan. So we have to value what we do and what we know, and I know that what I'm doing in terms of this is how we end, because these other doctors, they ain't even addressing this stuff. They can't even determine outside of the way that, and it's no fault of any individual doctor. The system is broken, right? They're just trying to keep their license. They're just trying to go by standard of care. But who determines standard of care? Is it a group of doctors? No, it's some pharmaceutical companies. They're like, we want y'all to give this out. To keep your license, give the new stuff out. Why can't they give you a blood pressure medication that costs a penny from 1970? They work just as well, right? So there's factors that we need to factor in, and even in the training, there's labs that we do with people. You can know if you have fatty liver disease by looking at the labs you have, but your doctor would never tell you that because they ain't looking for it. They can't make money off of it. They'll give you statins, but even giving you statins only controls one form of your cholesterol, and it ain't even the form of cholesterol that's killing you. The sticky stuff, we do what's called an NMR lipid profile, LabCorp. I can do labs, I can send people to community radiology, Fairfax radiology, just like any other doctor. And so, but the stuff that, if you're walking around with a fasting insulin that's greater than 7, that means you have the beginning of metabolic syndrome. That's a normal number on your labs, right? 7 ain't even high to them. But it means your body's always pushing insulin, which means your body's always producing a growth factor. And growth factors cause all kinds of stuff to grow, not just your cells. So if some cancer sitting over there, it's like, hey, here's some food, right? It's a growth promoter. And so, but they're not even looking for that. So I don't even know how I got to talking about what I'm talking about, but, these are things that, the system is broken in a way. And so we need to integrate more, and even in the naturopathic stuff that I do. Naturopaths are kind of like, so the first time I was black was as a black person, right? Went through that, damn near killed myself, and awoke as a cosmic being, right? That was my healing. I went to naturopathic school, first day in. Oh, we starting 10 steps behind. You need to make sure you're up on top of what we do as well as what they do, right? The same stuff my mom was talking about when we were kids, like you gotta run twice as fast, work twice as hard, and do twice, and prove to them that you're okay, right? And then when it comes to farming, it's the same storyline. And they're poisoning the earth, and we're doing all the good stuff, and we're still wondering, am I a real farmer? So we have to correct the script here in ourselves and be firm in it. And so that's why I meditate every day. I center every day. I go to that inner circle, and I intently walk away from that, bringing that to the outside world. And that's the greatest gift I can give to my surroundings. And so, but to be interconnected means our intuition is us being connected with our surroundings, with nature. Half the time our disease is our intuition talking to us and we trying to override it. Oh, I get arthritis every time I turn the door to go into work. That's your body telling you you don't need to be going there. But you ain't trying to listen. Right? So there's all kinds of signals that we need to listen to that we're not. We are living in a society that's thriving on us being constant consumers. And the opposite of a consumer is somebody who is satisfied as they are. To be content, whether it's good or bad on the outside. This is how we heal. We have to reach that point. All right, any more questions? Last one.
So given that obviously mental and physical health are intrinsically linked, and this is a holistic approach, can seeing a naturopath kind of serve the role of like a behavioral health specialist as well?
You know, I think we all have to shift energetically, right? We all have to get our energy in the present time. We all know we got some stuff with us that ain't right. We all know, you know, if you want to say a little crazy, but it depends on how much we show that on the outside and how much that hampers our day-to-day lives. If it gets to the point where we're sick and we can't interact, then but that has to shift energetically. I'm not trying to put people in counseling because counseling has, just because you can forgive Uncle Nick for being a pervert don't mean it didn't change his behavior and it didn't change what he did to you. You have to go back and hit the reset button and drop it. Just let it go. I was listening to PFW and there was a sister on there that they were eulogizing who was an Afrocentric sister who did so much beautiful work in the community. And she died from like a stroke and some other stuff. And so I was listening to this and then they played her. And that sister, she was talking as if she was still on a slave ship. And so I'm saying that we have to, our ancestors went through that. I'm not going through that right now. And so we have to bring our energy in present time. That's what I'm saying. And heal appropriate with the awareness of everything that came before us, not discounting it, not even one bit. But in order for us to be the most powerful, valuable tool that we can be, we have to be able to access the divine within us without any of those obstacles in our way.
I just wanted to say, let's give another round of applause for Dr. Okay, so what we're going to do next is we're going to have a nice little 10-minute break, like a quick bathroom break, and stretch your legs, and then we'll be returning here. Thank you.
There's also water.
Everybody please take their seats, please. Seats, please.
Tell her she got to talk into the microphone. No, she got to just talk right into it. No, not him, but her, the lady.
All right, everybody, we're about to start. We're about to start, please.
Thank you everyone for taking their seats. We're going to continue on with our programming. I met Thelonious about 2 years ago on his farm. We were going on a producer tour with BSU, I believe. And it was like the first time in my life that I was just completely engrossed. His fields are pristine. His goals are admirable. And I feel so very privileged to bring him to the stage today so that he can discuss the state of our caucus. Thank you. Thelonious.
Test. Test. Are we okay?
Too hot.
I think it's
Bring it.
that one should be up. Is that better? All right, well, let me officially welcome everybody again to the inaugural Mid-Atlantic Black Farmers Caucus. And I want to make sure that we recognize our host today, Howard. Is Shamin in the room? She left. We definitely want to give thanks to Howard for giving us this space today, and thank all of you for coming here today, all the farmers in the room, all the community folks. This has been a long journey, and it's all the people here that actually made it possible. So everybody should congratulate yourselves. This is a historic moment. This is our time right now, so we're here. Now, before I kind of get into our year in review, I think it's important to acknowledge that we're in an English colony called America. And we are a displaced people. And we know that this land was originally home to the Powhatans, other indigenous tribes like the Piscataways, Algonquin-speaking tribes. And when the English came, they called this wilderness because they came looking for gold, and we know they didn't find any. All they saw was trees and sand, but we know it was much more than that to the Powhatans. For example, the Powhatan women and children, well, they knew exactly where to find wild food, medicinal plants. Likewise, the Powhatan men and boys, they would hunt deer, turkey all year long. They used every part of the animal. There was no waste. And the waterways was the lifeblood of the Powhatans. That's how they traveled and moved things up and down the Chesapeake Bay and all of its tributaries. They would also go there to gather natural building materials to make their homes called Yehankins. And this was the scene when the English arrived in 1607 at Jamestown. And at first they dwelt mainly inside the fort. But you know, this was a business venture financed by the London Company of England. And since they didn't find gold, glass making didn't work, you know, they're trying to use the beach sand. And as time progressed, they started to accumulate wealth from growing that golden weed tobacco. And they were growing it as fast as they could, loading it up on ships, sending those ships back to England. England would return those ships with luxury items, eventually enslaved labor. And as Dr. Amin explained earlier, they would grow it over and over on the same land, depleting the soil that it took thousands of years for the natives to build. And the Virginia government developed a system called the headright system, which later was adopted by Maryland, North Carolina, other states in our region. And according to that system, Virginia Parliament would grant 50 acres to any English settler that was willing to come here and settle in the New World. And if they were still here for 3 years later, they would get another 50 acres. And if they brought their wife, their children, 50 acres for each of them. And for those who couldn't afford the journey, well, they could find a wealthy businessman to pay for them and then come here as an indentured servant, work off 4 to 5 years. And this is how land was amassed in the Chesapeake colonies of Virginia and Maryland. And those wealthy landowners start to make it difficult even for those indentured servants to be able to claim their land after they worked off their debt. Ultimately just doing away with them altogether, increasing their demand for free labor from West Africa. And I say all of this just to say that what we are attempting to do with the Mid-Atlantic Black Farmers Caucus is something that we've already done before. We've already built an empire. We made cotton, tobacco, and sugar. And we can do it again, but this time for us. And now it's been more than 150 years since slavery has ended. But what we're seeing now is a resurgence of people ready to return to our pastime. I think Dr. Amin said it perfectly. We're answering that inner calling to heal ourselves. We were severed away from a pastime which we've existed as agricultural people for more time than we haven't. And so it only makes sense that now we are returning in masses. And that was the case January a year ago when we assembled into the conference at Future Harvest. We had an affinity group for black farmers. There were 62 of us in the room, many of you here today. And during that session, we talked about what our why was. Why were people there? And what was unique, at least from my perspective of that room, now I've been attending these conferences year after year for, 7, 8 years. We always see the same faces. Farmer Gail will be there, Gail Tate, Chris from Dreaming Out Loud, handful of us every single year. We can count on us being there. But what was different about this time period is it was a whole room full of people who I didn't know. I think I knew about 2 people in there. Many of the folks that are the core of this group, I didn't know that time period. And when we talked about, we asked people, why are you here? What made you come into this space? These were some of the answers we put on the board. People talked about legacy that was repeated over and over. Being in a dead-end career, no joy. Healing, educating the community, giving back, caring for themselves, transitioning into farming, getting land. They have family land. We also put this up here. I found this in my Google Photos. And I want you to look at this right here. Somebody put on the board, had the vision a year ago that we would be doing a regional conference. We spoke it. People also talked about building alliances, thinking beyond food, reliance and grit. And we came out of that conference determined to set a plan of action. Right there in that room, we sit around a list, shared contacts. And our first goal was simply to prioritize staying connected. I sent the first email January 16th, a few days after the conference. Folks had already formed a committee. Farmer Gale offered to host us. We created other communication channels, a WhatsApp group, a Facebook group, a Discord server, thanks to Ramona's daughter Diamond jumped right in the beginning. Everybody was just contributing their own talents and skills. We made sure that we set the next time that we were going to get together. And that meeting was at Farmer Gale's Deep Roots Farm, the very next month. And our aim was to maintain momentum, build unity, and strengthen connection. We also arranged virtual meetings to be able to increase the frequency and to include those who were remote. And our other goal was to involve people. We wanted this to be a participatory approach. So we formed committees. We did doodle polls. We did potlucks. And our third goal was to take direct action. Because those of us who were the veteran farmers understood what those new and beginning farmers were getting into. And we already knew that we can no longer rely on the government to help us. That wasn't our way before. And so we spent last year building the structure that will lay the groundwork for us now to build on top. So we didn't get here in this room full of people without a long grind all through the year. January we had our first meeting. February we were already doing another in-person gathering. We formed a grant committee and applied for our first grant in March. Barely even knew each other. We weren't a formalized entity. We had to depend on someone else. April, we held a spring meeting. By May, we applied for a second grant, a LAMP grant. And we didn't get either of the grants. But the bigger value that we got was just staying active. It helped us flesh out our ideas. It helped to build some of that teamwork. We went on a field trip down to North Carolina to visit a successful food hub, high country food hub. We started to conduct one-on-one interviews. Ramona, Ashley talked to a lot of you. And I can only imagine how many hours that took because I know my interview was about 90 minutes. But we wanted to make sure that we heard from everybody and that we understood what, people's desires and aspirations were. And we created out of that a membership matrix, which is a composition of all of our diverse skills. And again, kind of lays the groundwork for us to develop working groups and committees into our specific areas of interest. Our WhatsApp group hit over 150 people just from those that were in the room starting to share with their friends. So we said, you know what, we need to go ahead and now focus on our governance. We need structure. Moving on to July, one of our farms was having a sunflower festival. Many of you seen that big photo on our website. It came from that bus tour. We also got to visit a number of other farms in Surrey. These are a lot of older farmers. Most of them are in their 70s. You might have seen Savannah, who actually did, can I say it? I think she hit a milestone. I'll let her tell you. But these are the people that are our mentors and that we learned from that day. We created our first draft of bylaws with a committed group of governance members who I'll highlight in just a second. But they were meeting every single week determined to get this done. We also established a communications committee. We needed a logo, some branding. August, we became a formalized entity, and we started to do our outreach campaign. Our first event was Vegan Soul Fest. We set up a table. Communications committee worked hard to get us some nice stickers and banners, which you saw downstairs at the table. We put up a good display. And during that time, it was just a time to speak to the community, see what their needs were. And everybody was surprised to see a group of black farmers. We also went to Watermelon Festival, hosted by Black Dirt Farm Collective. They're in the house, I know. We went down to African Landing Day event in Hampton, just setting up a table and speaking to people, doing what farmers do. In September, we did the Baltimore County African American Cultural Festival. We also partnered with an organization, and through them, we were able to deliver 50 produce boxes, which we aggregated from area farmers in Baltimore. And that's important because now that these grants are starting to roll around in the first quarter of this year, we can actually show evidence that we have actually been aggregating from farmers already. We continued October, did a wellness event, wellness clinic, partnering with the church down in Virginia Beach. We also set up a pop-up in Hampton, again, aggregating from area farmers. That Caribbean rally, which the unique thing about that is every year these boaters descend in Hampton. They don't have vehicles to get to the grocery store. So they have been in search for farmers. And we were able to set up a market right there at the port so that they could restock their provisions before heading off to the Caribbean. So there's opportunities like that all around our region. In November, we hosted another tour. This was in the Black Belt region of Maryland, partnering with Black Dirt Farm Collective. We submitted the Holly Beach Farm letter of interest, which some of you saw. There have been land available by Chesapeake Bay Foundation. We launched our online marketplace in November. We established a conference committee. And by December, we had finalized our bylaws. And we launched our board elections. So we're here in January. And I think back to where we started last January in the conference at Future Harvest. Now, I know as a conference committee member on their conference that planning started last January for their conference. We weren't even formalized. And here we are hosting our first inaugural conference a week after theirs. And with a brand new board in tow. So this time, I know all of our members couldn't make it. They all wanted to be here. But we had a recent election, and our board was voted in by our members unanimously. So I'm very pleased to present our board members today to you all. We have a very talented slate that's representative of our regional districts. That was really the only requirement that was set by our governance committee, was to be representative of the districts. But we have a good mixture of farmers and other folks. And I'm going to ask folks to come up here as I call your name. Brianna Stevenson, representing the Richmond area. Is he still here? Represent DC. Jamie Shanklin, did Jamie make it back here? She's coming up now. Okay. Leslie, we got Leslie Evans. Stephanie Miller. And apologies, I just noticed I left Renee Foster's name off the list, but she is representing Hampton Roads. She's the director of Hampton Roads Urban Ag. So, yeah. Oh, right. So, please help me in congratulating our new board.
He's bringing a microphone. He's bringing a microphone. And please stay away from the speaker. Please move away from the speaker, from in front of the speaker.
Check. Y'all hear me? Check. All right. Mid-Atlantic Black Farmer Caucus. Give yourselves a round of applause. This is a dream. This is a bucket list. And thanks to my homeboy, I've been through a lot. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. I know what agriculture looks like. I know what sustainable agriculture looks like because I've been doing it all my life. It's wonderful to hear some professionals in here. I know most of the people in here. Who I don't know, I want to know. Because we have something here. And this is our moment to be mighty. You want to see black excellence? We are it. So this is our moment. Thanks to this man right here. This is important. Reach out to them, get to know them. Understand their first name, their last name, and their favorite color. Thanks.
I don't have much to say, but I just want to say I am so proud of us. Like, look what we did. Like, I think it is definitely life-changing and amazing. And I definitely want to thank Brother Harmonious for getting us to where we are today, and all of the lovely ladies. And personally, I want to say, we wouldn't have gotten this way, where we are today, without all of the help that we got from Tisha and Ramona and Ashley and all the other people, and other people will name the other folks that I don't know personally, but I feel so blessed, and I want to make sure that we all stay in this energy of loving on each other and really feeling the power and the passion that is what is going on in this room today. So thank you.
And I just want to echo that. There's been so many selfless people and hours that you guys have put in that nobody has seen. So just, this is amazing. I feel like a baby in the room, so it's such an honor to be in this space with such giants and such excellence and knowledge. I am here to help. So my name is Brianna Stevenson. Please reach out if you need anything. I am a business marketing specialist. I will help you write your grants. I will help you connect you with financial things. So I am absorbing and learning, but I am here to help however I can.
Good morning, I'm Leslie. I'm an aspiring beginning farmer. Hopefully I'll have something to show for the end of this year, but I want to keep us on the legal compliance form, and I try and do that, and I'm going to continue to try and do that.
Peace, everybody. I'm the other Gail. I had a backseat watching the process this year, and I just want to say again, echo thanks to everyone, to the governing committee. I've never seen an organizational structure get put together this fast and so incredible. I was at the first Mid-Atlantic Black Farmer Caucus meeting. I don't know, was it 2012, 2013? And I remember Chris Bradshaw came up to me and Zachary Curtis, and he said he wanted to do this thing at the Future Harvest Conference, and we laughed at him. And we said, you know, it's just going to be us three in the room, right? Because back then there weren't a lot of black farmers in that space or in any space. And we got into the room, and there weren't 62 of us, but it wasn't just three. It was maybe 6, 7, 10, something like that. It was the most incredible, important experience I had ever had at any Future Harvest conference, and I've been going to those conferences since 2007. So in that moment, it was like the beginning, the ground blank for this. But what I will say is every year, we sat in that room and we talked about getting together, we talked about doing in-person, we talked about all the roadmap that Thelonious laid out today in this presentation, and we never did it. And when I watched what you all had done this last year, what we couldn't do in 10 years, I just want to say again, thank you, and I'm so proud and honored to help take the next step forward.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jamie from Delaware. Apologize for my tardiness. And being out of breath, I literally ran up the steps when the chef came and fetched me from downstairs. I'm just happy to be here. I'm looking forward to getting to know everyone and us being just collectively more prosperous. I'm excited to have this many black farmers in one place. Just excited. Again, just looking forward to meeting everyone, putting some faces with names and all of that. So just thank you for having me, and I hope we do a good job of serving you guys.
Thank you, guys. Everybody get their pictures?
Thank you, bro.
We also made some key partners last year, including American University, Black Church Food Security Network. We talked about Black Dirt Farm Collective, Black Farmers Index, who are sponsors at last night's dinner. They'll also be doing a session later on this afternoon. Black RVA Farmers Market, Navy is in the house, looking for farmers. Bond Secures, Hampton Roads, Deep Roots Foundation, Electrified Marina, Episcopal Diocese of Washington and Maryland, both were sponsors for this event. Future Harvest was also a sponsor. Monica representing the RV program. OMT, who helped us with the 50 boxes. Plan RVA, Plantation Park Heights, Teams with a Purpose, UDC, Community Development, Law Clinic, UMS Extension, and we've raised over $21,000 to further our impactful work this past year. People to thank. There's a whole list of people. Other people. Gail just spoke about how amazing the governance committee worked. Literally from June until December, the governance committee was meeting weekly, going back and forth. It wasn't all nice and cozy and pretty, but we got it done. Those people, Ashley, who's here, Benita, Shamin, again, who's hosting us here, made it possible for us to be at Howard. Leslie, providing that legal background. Rodette, Stephen Jones, Tisha, Victoria, also in the room. Eula, Tamara, and Nora. Those were our governance committee folks. Let's give them a communications squad, Ace, Ashley again, Chigo, I know she's been traveling. Erica's running around doing chef stuff. Karen and Kathy, the twins. Ramona, Tisha, Trayvon, Victoria, and Joseph. If those folks are in the room, just quick stand so you can recognize them. Conference Planning Committee, who I tell y'all, when we started the process 2 months ago, everybody said, we're planning for 2025, right? But they pushed forward, so I gotta recognize again, Ashley, Chef Marley, you seen her running around. Erica, Ramona, Renee is in the back as well. Tisha, Trayvon. These are the folks in the conference committee. And our security crew has been keeping us safe, watching over us. Apollo, Mike Love, Jay, Joel, and Trayvon. Would you guys stand up for everybody? And I also, before I close out, I did want to bring two people up real quick, our field secretaries. Ramona, come on up. Ashley, come on up. These two women, you've probably seen their names, through emails, and if it wasn't for them, I would have never kept going this far. Ramona hopped in, she just I think she said well, I'll let you tell the story of how you hopped in and why. And Ashley, I don't remember when you came aboard, but when she did, it was felt, and it was a huge, burden lifted. And like I said, just all the time that they've done communicating with everyone. So I wanted to make sure I gave special recognition to them. And Tisha as well, she's doing our social media. Doesn't our social media look great? Yeah. So just a quick word for the people.
Hi everyone, I am Ramona, that's my legal name, but many of you know me by Phoenix. I attended the Future Harvest Conference last year in support of my daughter who was in the BFTP, the Beginner Farmer Training Program Level 2. And what I saw at the conference when I got to the very end, the Black Farmers Caucus or Black Farmers Affinity Group was amazing. I have been seeing Black farmers here and there and listening to some of their speeches. Farmer Chippy, Belonius gave a talk on cover crops. Ms. Bonita did something on seed stories. Many of you were there. And I was just so impressed. I have always felt that I wanted to return to the land, had family who lost land, wanted to return, and I knew my daughter was on that track, and she inspired me, you all inspired me. And so when the caucus said that they were going to stick together, we were going to keep meeting, we were going to keep try to build something, I was right on it. And just tried to stay involved in every step of the way, and here I am today. And I'm so happy to be here with you all. Thank you.
I was feeling a bit emotional up here. It literally has been almost just 1 year. And I didn't know any of you. And now many of you are very close to me. And I inserted myself. I'm not a farmer yet. I'm on the path to being a farmer. And I aspire to be like many of you in this room. I just knew I had a gift to connect. And so I felt like I will bring that to the caucus. I will bring that to the people because I know that that's one of the things that, number one, is natural to us as Black people to connect and build community. But we have to be reminded sometimes, and I feel like that's my niche. So I appreciate everything and everyone that I've met throughout this year. I'm excited about how we will grow and move forward. I intend to continue to reach out and talk to you all and continue to keep us connected. And I feel honored more than anything just to be a part of this movement.
So a little over a year ago, 2 years ago, I got into real estate investing, and then about a year and a half ago, I started getting attracted to the houses that had land. It didn't make any logical sense at that time because it's hard to get the funding because people don't really value the land, but that's the most important part is the land. So I was like, I'm gonna just trust this. There's these little breadcrumbs, and I'm just gonna follow it to see where it leads me to. So that's when farming just dropped in. So I started Googling. I'm like, how to be a farmer? What does a farmer look like? And by the way, this is what farmers look like, Black excellence right here. So I went down that hole, and then I ended up with Future Harvest. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna go to this, but I have nothing to go with. But I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do it. I'm so glad that I did it. I'm gonna face that part. So when I get there, I see all these people, everyone's nice, but then we had this breakout room, and I forgot what it was called, but it was the one that the woman was in. And it was all these people that looked like me. And I was like, yes, this is safe. I could say, I'm gonna be a farmer, or not even being a farmer, I'm an aspiring farmer and not feel judged. There was so many of them. We were in the group together, and we know that's what it is, because we got in, right? So in that space, I was like, okay, there has to be more to this than just, connecting here. So I reached out to Ramona, and I sent her a message. I was like, hey, I would like to actually have a bigger role in the caucus. And and she was like, we were just talking about you, it's coming. That's all. Thank you all.
So now you guys can put a face to the name when you see those emails. So real quickly, this is where we are. Black farmers still struggling to make a living wage, more so than their counterparts. The numbers, this is from the 2017 census. The latest census hasn't been released. We know it's not entirely accurate because most of us don't fill it out. And we have to make, we have to decide what we want to do about that if we want to be reflected in these numbers. But as it states, 1,693 farmers, black farmers in Virginia, average age 61.5 years old. PA folks in here? We got 2 of the 80 in here. Maryland, according to their data, 277, average age 58. Delaware, 24 farmers. We got Delaware folks on there. We have at least one genuine. And by values of sales in Virginia, 45% of those farmers that filled out the survey earned less than $2,500 a year. 70% less than $10,000, so they're farming at subsistence level. Maryland, 51% under $2,500, similar numbers. Delaware, same story. They didn't have numbers for DC. And at the same time, our communities are suffering from disproportionate health vulnerabilities. I pulled some data and I shared this in our WhatsApp group. Some people have seen this. Richmond, this particular tract of almost 6,000 people, 81% Black or African American, and they're in the 95th percentile of diabetes, 99th percentile low life expectancy, 93rd percentile low income, relatively high climate disaster burden. 30% have no vehicles. Estimated distance to a grocery store, 4 minutes, not within a 15-minute walk. Petersburg, similar. Average household in this tract spends 35% of their household income on transportation. Norfolk, 92% Black in this particular tract. 56% of households don't own a vehicle or within a 15-minute walk of the grocery store. Baltimore, you see there, suffering from asthma, diabetes, heart disease. And I think Dr. Ahmed spoke about this, the need to be able to connect producers with our communities. And so the goals for this year is continue with our consistent and persistent efforts. We have to continue to build community. After going to all the conferences, this past month, I think that was my one takeaway, just talking to people, talking to farmers. A lot of our experienced farmers are getting stuck at a ceiling. Mama Boyd, I don't know if she's in the room. She's not in the room. Honey Hemp Farm, very successful farm. I mean, she's achieved the point where she's able to be a licensed grower. She's making all kinds of tinctures and value-added products, but she's sort of limited by her capacity, facing the challenge that many of us face. Being one man, one woman operations. She has 20 acres available, can only utilize 2 acres, so she's limited by her capacity. And this is where community comes in. Because we can come and help on harvest days, on planting days, to allow her to be able to expand her business. She has the land access. There's people in this room that are looking to be mentored and could learn something from a successful farmer like Mama Boyd. I talked to Nita Mincha, who hosted us during the Sunflower Festival. I mean, has a brilliant agritourism operation, just, hosting people to take, pick their own sunflowers. She's now trying to expand, add blueberries and stuff like that. But she's facing the challenge just trying to pull a whole bunch of metal and stuff out of her tree line where it had been a dumping ground. And I asked her, who's helping you with this? And she looked at me. And she's about to retire from her day job, 66 years old. And so when I hear these stories, I'm like, we're going to be there. Let us know a good date. She texted me the other day, she said, end of February, first week of March, so just keep that in mind. But this year has to be an emphasis on continuing to build community. All of us need help. I put up a hoop house this past year. I couldn't have done it myself. But having a group of people come over, that allowed me to put that up in a weekend. And you may be thinking, oh, I can't spend, time to go over and help somebody, but when that blessing is returned to you, and so as we start to pop up, as successful farm operations start to pop up, we need to build a trail, a Black Farm Trail. Encourage people to go to other farms in our network and learn what we're doing in our area. Express some of the needs that you may have that you could use an extra hand. We have to create a network kind of like that mycelium picture, a mycorrhizae network which connects individual plants and is able to transfer water and nitrogen and other nutrients through the network. We have to become weavers of our own destiny, weaving those intricate lines between us. And our other goal this year will be, and of course, our board will get busy after this, but from what we've heard from all of you is that we need a multifaceted program dealing with the total life of the community. We know the food issues, so creating those local food hubs, creating those educational programs to educate the youth, tell them where their food comes from, extend that into field trips, bringing them onto the farm, creating business development programs, which can spawn off of having an agricultural base, doing construction, farm housing, teaching those skills. Because when we put that data up there, just because folks, the outcome may look bleak, they might not have a high school diploma, it doesn't mean that they are worthless. Maybe it means that there's a place for them in this agricultural world. So this is our year, and we look forward to building together. We've laid the foundation. We believe last year we got this far off of passion, but now we have the structure, and we're putting the systems in place to really now move the needle and achieve the change that we desire. So that's been in my talk. Somebody's going to make an announcement about lunch.
Someone raise their hand, make sure you can hear
How about now?
Yeah, that's good.
We can just try to keep our voices down so that everyone can hear.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you so much for having me today. I consider this an honor and a treat. I think this sounds like this is a long time coming. So any place where one or two of us are gathered, good for the community, is a good time. So I entitled this talk today, "You Reap What You Sow." A mind-body approach to cultivating positive mental health in the Black farmer. And we don't have a lot of time together, so I will tell you each of the things that I talk about. I can easily do an hour talk on each component, but we'll try to hit some of the main points. So our objectives. I really want to bring awareness to you of the importance of addressing stress and mental health in the Black farmer. I want to highlight the connection between stress and mental health and how it affects us holistically. And I would like to highlight practical tools for positively impacting mental health in your community. So the why. Why are we talking about this? Well, the stress is real. In a study that was done by NIH that was looking at all the different studies about Black farmers and their mental health, there were 28 articles, 20 of them cited and suggested that farmers' mental health is one of the worst mental health of all of the professionals. So I just want you to think about that for a minute. It's very sobering. And what causes this stress? So it's interesting. Of course, there are things that affect the farmer specifically, but work in general is stressful, right? Anybody that's been stressed at any job? I know I have, right? So, and why is that? And often if you don't have the luxury to be able to work for yourself, it's stressful to be in an environment where you're expected to produce and you don't have any control over it. And so that is definitely true even if you have your own farm, because there's so many different parameters that you don't have control over. You don't have control over the weather. You don't necessarily have control over the pricing. You don't have control over what you sell that week. And so when you are taxed here, and this is the main point I want you to get nothing else. When you're taxed up here, it has an effect on your entire life. Okay, it's a superhighway that's constantly communicating. And so when there are physical problems, people can have sleep problems, people can have headaches. When there are mental problems, you can have depression, you can have anxiety, you can have cognitive issues. You find that you're just not mentally as sharp. So these are important things to be thinking about when you're wondering, is my stress having a toll on my body? And the most cited influences on farmers' mental health were pesticide exposure, financial difficulties, climate variability or drought, and poor physical health and past injuries. But as a Black farmer, on top of that, we got the double X, right? Then you've got to worry about racism, death, fear, intimidation, all of those things. I was even reading about some recent legislature that came through that repealed. It seemed like it had a big effect on Black farmers. So, to the point, stress equals burnout. Everybody has some sort of stress. In fact, stress can be a motivator. I'm up here, I'm talking. That's a little bit stressful, but that's okay. You gotta get your kids to school. That's a little bit stressful. But I'm talking about that stress that comes and weighs on you and stays with you and eats away at you little by little. If you do not address that, that becomes burnout. Anybody ever been burnt out? I know I have. But the good news is self-care, which is a big buzzword nowadays in people's life. You've got to take care of yourself. If this were a longer talk, I'd have one of my favorite slides, that adage, put your own mask on first when you go on the airplane.
Yeah, you've got to do that in life too. You got to put your own mask on first before you can help everyone else. So I put this slide in here because I think it's just a great, this is a great example of the fact that this is a staged process. With anything that you do in life, you kind of have that honeymoon phase. You're excited. You're, oh, I'm gonna, maybe I'm gonna do a new crop. I'm gonna, try something new. I'm gonna do a new business, and you're excited about it. And, you have satisfaction. But then as time goes on, you find out that, oh, there's a little bit of stress coming in here. Like I said, a little bit of stress is okay. That means you're alive. That means you're paying attention. But then, as you go down, and as things start to accumulate, you go into what's called chronic stress. So maybe whatever that great crop you thought was, going to be the next big thing, turns out it has a lot of pests. You weren't, prepared to deal with it. Or you thought this was going to be the perfect plot of land, and your neighbors are not good, or whatever the stress is. Well, after chronic stress, then you progress into burnout. And that's when you really make your problems everything that you think about. You ruminate about it. You're losing sleep. You have self-doubt. You're isolated. And then, of course, after regular burnout, there's habitual burnout. So the purpose of the slide is really, the saying says, if everyone cares for themselves, then everyone is cared for. So I'm going to say that again. If everyone cares for themselves, then everyone is cared for. And I think that's really important. And what we want to do is we want to stop. Whenever we feel ourselves in stage 2 sliding into stage 3, that's when you got to stop and take a pause. You got to say, okay, what do I need to do? Let me check in. So how do we do that? Well, I'm going to give you a little of the geeky medical stuff here. Hopefully it won't be too boring for you. But it turns out we have a stress response system in our brains. And that is called the limbic system. It's primitive. It's really what has kept us alive and evolving over many of these years. And when something stressful comes in, this system perceives it. There's 3 parts to it. There's the amygdala, that's the emotional regulation, that's where you react. So if you ever have like road rage, or somebody irks you, that's the amygdala that's firing off there. Then we've got the prefrontal cortex, that's your attention, your focus, your concentration. Then there's also the hippocampus, that's where we're learning, that's where our memory is. And I think what's notable here is all 3 of these kind of hang out together. So you can imagine when you're stressed, what happens? You can't talk, you're stuttering, you forgot what happened, you're very reactive. That makes sense because your body is trying to figure out, is this situation friend or foe? And so we're born with this system and it helps us to survive. But when things are not in balance, that's when the system doesn't work the way it needs to. So what is actually going on? Well, stress affects your nervous system. And I'll just bring attention to these 7 different things here. Stress sets off a rapid response of hormones that are going on in your body. And each of those hormones and those response systems affect each one of these things. You've got increase in cortisol, which is the stress hormone. You get an increase in blood sugar, increase in cholesterol, increase in blood pressure, decreased immunity, decreased sleep, and decreased digestion. And I don't know about you all, but honestly, this is probably 95% of all the diseases that we have, right? So that should tell you something. People say stress will kill you. It will. It will, in one way or another. So I just bring your attention to this, that if you can head this off at the beginning, then you have a chance at taking care of and keeping these things at bay. The other thing that's important, and I will talk a little bit about myself, but I am a mind-body medicine specialist, is
one of the things we work with is imagery. And so just thinking about a stressful event can cause all of this to happen too. So it's bad enough that if you're going through it, it causes it to happen, but even just thinking about it. So all those things that your mothers and your grandmothers used to say, think positive, or there's something called the autonomic system, there's the parasympathetic system, and there's the sympathetic system. And the body is responding, depending on which system is being activated, is responding with changes in your skin, changes in your eyes, your saliva. This is why, when you're nervous, you might get cold, clammy hands, or you might get a dry mouth, or your heart is beating faster. That's because all of this is in response to what is going on up here. So I just always include a little bit about this so that you can have an understanding of things are actually happening in your body when you're stressed. And so this is that system that I talked about. The parasympathetic system, or the braking system as I like to call it, that's telling everything to calm down. That's telling everything to go slow. That's telling everything to, you get slow breathing, you get warm hands, warm feet. The sympathetic system is the gas pedal. That's the rev. That's the get up and go. That system is adrenaline. That is saying, speed things up. We've got to run. There's a foe here. There's something that's threatening us. We need to react. Well, there's something called the relaxation response. So just like we talked about the stress response, there's the relaxation response. And the relaxation response is when we are in a state of equilibrium or balance, then we are able to live in this area. We don't want too much of that sympathetic, we don't want too much of that parasympathetic. When we live in this state, that is kind of what we call the steady state, the sweet spot. You want to be able to respond without staying caught in that response. You don't want to be catatonic or, just not responding at all. That's not a good place to be either. And mind-body skills, which is where anything that I do in life, I come at it from that frame of reference, can help activate those responses. So what is the fix? Well, I said I would tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a family medicine physician by training, and I had my own practice back in, I decided that I wanted to open my own practice back in 2006. And it takes a big year to plan something like that. So one of the things that I was very clear on is at the time I was working at a Veterans Qualified Health Center. I was working with the people, doing the people's work, which was wonderful, but I was getting burned out. And I wanted to open a practice, and I felt like I could do it better. And I was looking for a tool to help me help my patients other than a prescription pad. Because I just felt like from my traditional training, which I'm very proud of, but I think there are some gaps, I wanted to help people other than just writing the prescriptions all day. And so I was looking for mind-body medicine, and I wanted something that wasn't too, I guess I'll say, woo-woo. I wanted people to say, oh, okay, this is a tried and true thing. And when I looked that up, the Center for Mind-Body Medicine was right here in Washington, D.C. It was headed by a Harvard-trained psychiatrist. I was like, you can't get any more stamp of approval than that. And so that began my journey with mind-body medicine. I have since become certified in mind-body medicine. I'm on faculty for the center, and I go out and I speak to groups like you all over the country talking about mind-body medicine, because these are what I would call, they're the root medicine. They're what we were born with. They were what our ancestors did. They were what our parents did, our grandmothers. And so any talk that I do, I try to weave that in, because I think it's important for us to get back to that. So mind-body medicine includes multiple modalities, but I'm going to name a few here. There's movement. There's autogenics and biofeedback, so that's understanding what our body is telling us by how it's responding. There's mindful eating. I have an entire talk on mindful eating and mindful nutrition. There's the genogram. That's kind of, put it in layman's terms, that's the family tree. what had to happen for us to be who we are today, to come together, and that's very powerful. There's self-awareness and self-expression, we do that through drawing. There's individualized spirituality. This is not religion, this is spirituality. There's relaxation, guided imagery, and meditation. So like I said, I have talks on each one of these, but I wanted you all to at least have that understanding of where my frame of reference comes from. And so, when I was thinking about what I wanted to talk to you all about today, I thought, what better metaphor than the planting cycle, right? You have, and you all are the experts, you know this much better than I do. You have the planting, you have the feeding, you have the watering, and you have the harvesting. And when I saw that, I thought, well, that's really what we need to be doing for ourselves, too. Dis-ease comes from disconnection. And let me say this, too, so it's not a foregone conclusion. I'm not saying that people don't have genetic diseases or that people don't have a predilection for different mental health concerns, or that, you know, if you just breathe, you know, your health problems are going away. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is there are root causes to everything, including medicine. And it's important for you to make that connection, because there's a fascinating field of medicine called epigenetics, which is basically that our genes are pre-programmed to be a certain kind of way. So, you know, as people say, well, if your mother has diabetes, you're going to have diabetes. But the good news is you can actually practice lifestyle modifications that can make those genes stay turned off. Okay? So that's a whole nother talk, whole nother study. But the point that I want to give to you is that if we start up here, then we can hopefully head off some of these diseases that are in our community. Okay, so dis-ease comes from disconnection. And that's disconnection for how we're feeding ourselves, disconnection for how we communicate, disconnection from what is actually going on within our bodies. So this is the planting cycle of mental wellness. So if we look at the planting, to me the metaphor is that's where mindfulness and meditation come in. What are we going to do to plant in our minds what we need to be able to get through our day? We've then also got the feeding. That's feeding ourselves with connection and movement, giving our bodies that ability to move. Giving our bodies the ability to move and to feed our muscles to get that blood pumping and flowing. We've got the nourish, which we'll talk about in the next slide, which is the watering, feeding ourselves. And then we've got the harvesting. That's the gratitude, the giving, the intentional joy. So, putting it all together, I think that it's important to recognize where in your day as a farmer you can put this in. So if we start off here with the mindfulness and the meditation, it can be as simple as meditating in the field, meditating when you're planting, being intentional with how you plant. Maybe there are certain plants that you plant that are harder to deal with, or harder to harvest, that you might want to, when you're planting, you might want to plant them in a certain way to help you with your meditation and help you with your intention. The connection and movement, starting your day off with a soft belly breathing. If you had had more time, you could have done what we call soft belly breathing. That's breathing into your nose and out through your mouth. And I'll tell you, it never gets old. Even just doing it there, it's like, that's my friend, that's my breath. And so, starting your day that way, when we're at the center, we don't have any meetings in the day without starting off with breathing breath. It's a way to ground you, it's a way to connect you, it's a way to into our meetings, we go into our families, we go onto the road, often with so much going on in our minds, we don't take that time to really just stop and center, and it's so important. And then I call this movement in the meadow. I think it's really important that when you're out here, I mean, you all are blessed to work with the land. You work to be out here in just out with the elements, and it's important to take that time to really move and to take in the air and to walk your land. It can be Tai Chi, it can be yoga, it can be anything. You can run, you can create paths, you can create labyrinths. I have colleagues who have labyrinths in their farms. So there's all different kinds of ways that you can incorporate movement in the meadow. The Nourish. It is so important for you to ensure healthy and mindful eating and nutrition, which you all just partook in. It was beautiful to hear where the food came from. Who are the people who touched it? When I do my mindful nutrition talk, we do an exercise where we just sit and look at the food. We think about how many hands touched the food. What all had to happen to get it to you in that state? Sometimes good, sometimes bad. You might really think about having that, orange Jolly Rancher, and you might be like, I don't like all the things that had to happen to get that to me. And you might then think to put it down. Well, the same thing, with a grape. You got an organic grape and you bought it from your colleague at their farm stand, and you know what love, sweat, and tears went into that grape. It's going to make that grape taste all the more sweeter, so much better. So it's really important for you to have that intention with what you're eating and getting enough sleep and hydration. How many of you think you get enough sleep and hydration? Okay. A lot fewer hands. Yeah, we're all guilty of it. There's that same doctor here myself. Yeah, me too. When we're stressed, we've got a lot going on. That's what goes down. But it's key. It's important. It's like a reboot for your computer up here. It's really important for you to sleep and give your body time to heal. I have a slide. I purposely didn't put it in because Farmer Erica would be mad at me, but I show what my plants are like when I come out in the morning and I didn't get a chance to water, and then 3 hours later they're like vibrant and beautiful, and it's very dramatic and people love it. But if that's what's going on with the plants, what do you think is going on inside our bodies? The same thing. Your blood needs lubrication. Your transmitters need lubrication. You need to be able to provide that hydration so that your body is functioning at an optimal level. And then lastly, there's the gratitude and what I call intentional joy. Life is not always easy. This is not to say that you're not going to encounter difficulties. We all have. But some of it is out of your control, but other parts of it is in your control. You can choose your attitude about things. You might not choose what comes to you, but you can choose how you deal with it. And so taking stock in the small victories, the small harvests, maybe things didn't work out so well, but you can take that information and then you can apply it to your next season. And then I say here, the plants have the medicine. As Farmer Erica mentioned, I'm a Taurus, so I'm of the land, but I've always, my mother gardened, and that was something that I grew up with. But I really got into growing plants when I was diagnosed with an illness, and I needed something to look forward to. And my garden ended up really being therapeutic for me. So, mental health do's and don'ts. And they might seem simplistic, but they are no less powerful. Do ask for help. If you're feeling down, you're feeling overwhelmed, you're feeling isolated, you're feeling alone, you've got to ask for help. This is wonderful. You now have this caucus. I'm sure many of you all might have interactions outside of here. Talk to somebody, because as I told you when we first started, everybody's struggling, right? So it's important for you to make those connections. Know your resources, and I have a few that I'm going to put up on the slide if anyone wants to take a picture. know your resources. There's a lot of resources out here for specifically Black farmers, for farmers in general, and just for you as a human being. Okay? And then find a buddy. Make sure you're talking to somebody about how you're feeling, practice daily gratitude, and then take a break when needed. Don't downplay how you're feeling. Don't hesitate to make an appointment. Don't isolate yourself, and don't be afraid to advocate for yourself. Don't underestimate the power of healthy life interventions, and don't forget to breathe. So in closing, here are resources. Here, the Farm and Ranch Stress Assistant Network of the Northeast has really a wealth of knowledge for different communities and outcomes in the BIPOC communities. There's the Farmer's Toolkit. You can find that at farmerstoolkit.org. There was a great wealth of websites and links there. And then there's the Black Mental Health Alliance of Maryland Department of Health and National Alliance on Mental Health. All of these have a myriad of resources, links, programs, and initiatives. And so I'll leave you with this quote: to forget how to dig the earth and to tend the soil is to forget ourselves. And I can't not do a little bragging on this is my little deck garden, all right? I know I'm not like y'all, but I live in this townhome. These are all container plants, and the glorious Farmer Erica is my guru that I talk to, but I just started off with a few things, and I've grown. I'm pretty fearless, even if I shouldn't. In fact, one time I picked up a blueberry bush, and she was like, "Look at it." You can't run a blueberry bush on your deck, but I'm fearless with it. And especially my cabbage, my melon, my strawberries. And so just wanted to share that with you all. And thank you so much for giving me the time. Okay, yeah. So thank you all so much. And any questions, please? Yes. Please select the resources. Yes. Yeah, that'd be a great picture. Picture of that. I went through some of it myself, and I was like, oh, this is good. While we're doing that, any questions about anything I talked about? Yes.
I got a question.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be great. Okay. What time is it? Oh, any other questions before we breathe? Yes.
I just want to tell you, thank you for giving us a perspective, because one thing I've noticed, especially with us, with Black folks, is that what is isolation? You understand what I'm saying? Like, no one knows we know what it means, the definition of isolation, but to us, that's just how we cope.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Some people working 2 and 3 jobs. That ain't stress, that's what we gotta do. You know, so I think especially in 2024, we're learning now that we might not all be well, you know, and coming back to the land again is tying us back into that frequency that we lost. We didn't really lose it, it's just that we weren't really connected to it. We were disconnected. And so just hearing what you were saying about what stress is, I think that when you talk to the average Black person about what stress is, they're like, bro, I'm just trying to get it. I'm trying to get it, I'm in survival mode every day. If I don't go to work, the kids don't eat, you know, and if the kids didn't eat, I get a call from the school, and little Kyrie is out here wrecking class, he's not doing what he's supposed to do, you know. We compartmentalize everything, and so I just want to tell you, I appreciate that, because this is just something that we never really considered, because it was all a part of the plan or a part of the walk. So now we got to do more than just survive. Now we got to live.
We have to thrive. Okay. So I just would like everybody to, I'm afraid to go up here because it's going to make that noise, so I usually like to move. But if you could just sit where you are, No phone, no nothing. And I want you to just get comfortable. And I invite you to close your eyes or put a spot on the floor and soften the gaze. I want you to begin to breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. Again, in through your nose and out through your mouth. And with this next breath, say to yourself, soft as you breathe in, and belly as you breathe out. Continue to breathe slower, softer, and deeper. As we breathe this way, we are telling our bodies that we are safe. And we are calm. Breathing in with the in-breath and out with the out-breath. We breathe in this fashion to make our bellies nice and soft so that we can maximize our air exchange. Breathing this way activates our vagus, V-A-G-U-S nerve, which does a lot of things, including telling our minds to calm, our heart rates to slow, our breath to be slower, and our minds to clear. Breathing in soft. Breathing out belly. Take a moment to check in with your body, noticing if you have any areas of tension. And if you do, just letting them slowly relax. Relaxing your jaw. Relaxing your shoulders. Your hips. Your arms. Knees. And your feet. Breathing in. And breathing out. You may have thoughts that come into your mind, and that's okay, because that's what minds do. Just as easily acknowledge those thoughts and let them go. Breathing in soft. And breathing out loud. And we'll just take one more minute, to breathe in silence together.
injured by someone that is of the opposite gender that's bigger and stronger than me. And there's really nothing I could do, really, in this state of Maryland to protect myself. Maryland is not a stand-your-ground state. And even if someone were to back me all the way into the corner of my little RV that I reside in, and I were to then defend myself with a firearm, I would still be the one being dragged off in handcuffs. And so I say all of that to say is, as a woman, no, I do not feel safe. As a black woman, I came to realize that I'm even less safe because of the color of my skin. The incident that I experienced last year, the man had the audacity to say to me he didn't realize I was a woman. And that my driving slowly was his justification for, one, he called the police several times on the road. Two, him following me all the way back to my home. And three, staying there until the police came to continue to further and try to intimidate, in my opinion, intimidate me and to make me feel unsafe in my own space. So what do we do in this country as black women? We hold up the foundation of this country. We are the backbones of this country, all the way back to our ancestors birthing the children or the livestock as we were looked at as, to managing the big house, managing the fields, to doing all the things that we did as black women to ensure this country be where it is today, and still we do not get the respect. I sit here talking to you, I feel my anxiety, my blood pressure rising again, because every time I think about the fact that there was nothing that I could have done, and there is nothing that I can do in a situation like that, had it, was it to occur again, it gives me that anxiety. It makes me feel helpless, powerless, and like I have no control. And so, to our community, I think we need to start voicing more and more the way we feel from that standpoint to those that are in charge, those who we elect. Maryland is a police state. Had I realized that, I would have never bought land there. We have the state of Maryland, and in Prince George's County, predominantly black county, we've given up so many of our constitutional freedoms and are now being subjected to so many rules and regulations that we ourselves did not impose. As I said to someone earlier, we may have a black governor, but he's a figurehead. You look at all the folks that are actually making the rules and the regulations, and they don't look like us. Pass the mic now.
Thank you for that. I'm trying to get my head back in there because I also live on property by myself in the middle of nowhere. And every day I have to take in consideration something, you know, like, okay, are the lights on outside? Do I feel like it's safe? Is that car back? I live on like a dead end road basically, so there's really no reason for you to be on that road unless you live there. So is that truck coming back again? Why is he, like, he drove down there and turned around and came back, like, what is he doing? You know, because I'm the only other thing up there other than some cows, right? So, and it is real. The threat against the black woman in this country is real, and it's been real since the inception, right? We've always felt under threat. And how do you live and how do you thrive in an environment where everything that you do is being questioned? From the way you wear your hair, to the clothing that you decide to wear, to the choice of job that you have.
But I will tell you one thing about Black women. The resiliency is real. And regardless of all the things that we have gone through to get to this point, we are still here. And we are still standing. So there must be something in us. But should we come with the same sort of issues that Farmer Gail has experienced, I don't know what I would do. I would be really, really, really frightened, and I would reach out to my friends here at the caucus to ask for help, because I don't have any brothers. And I was talking to somebody the other day, a little bit off topic, but on topic. A lot of us have never had the cover of a man, right? Because we are so used to, my generation anyway, are so used to taking care of all of our own responsibilities. So I would say to the men, as a way to cover us as women, is to make sure you're reaching out to the women in your community and the women in your family and have these conversations with them. How can I help you feel safe? What can I do to facilitate this? And follow through. Because if she didn't have us, it might have turned out differently in the, after the fact, because we have to process that. Obviously, she's still processing it, right? So I just want our men to do what they can to help support us, because we're going to need that going forward, because we are blazing trails here. And to do that, we need all the support we can get.
I'm sorry. I get emotional when I hear those stories. So I've had to deal with this in 2 different fields, right? In culinary school, they do not respect women, period. Then you got the nerve to be a Black woman. That's a double no-no. And I've been in that space where you're by yourself. I've literally had where they have let men put paws on me, and I've had to fight my way out of the kitchen just to be safe and call the police across the street, because nobody in that kitchen would do anything for me. Like, a man literally put dry ice on my face. And it took this little dishwasher to find out what was happening. He's shorter than me. And there's 2 midgets in there trying to fight for my safety, right? So I hate to, I won't rephrase it. It saddens me to hear these strong, beautiful women that I look up to and gonna be mentoring me, to hear the fear, right? But I literally just went through that in farming. My man's not with me all the time. Sometimes we have to divide and conquer. I have literally been bullied because I wouldn't say, oh, you can have. This is land I worked for. This is what I put my blood, sweat, and tears in. I earned this space, right? But you're gonna tell me that I owe you and you're gonna bully me about it. I literally was doing farmer's market, and it was, an hour drive. And I happened to ask, what happened to your window? And they laughed and they said domestic violence. And I felt cringy in that moment. And I was like, I can't get out the car. I'm in the middle of the highway. And I got a little juice on my phone, and I'm sitting here like, this is crazy. And then I'm in that space. And it's not fair. And they want to label us difficult or emotionally frazzled, and always putting these labels on us instead of stopping for a second and using your listening ears. I don't have siblings. I do have my partner, and I'm grateful for him, but he's not always with me. So sometimes I have to go out here and navigate by myself. Been that way in the chef world. Sometimes he's not with me. And I have been in some seedy situations where I'm like, oh, let me get a lift, hurry up and get out, because there's nobody, we're not even a state. And I watched my mom go through her situation, and they literally just let him go on and made it her issue. Nobody came to fix the locks. Nobody made sure she was okay. And he still was bullying her. So DC, we're not protected at all. And I'm seeing sisters being murdered because they said no. And it shouldn't be that way. And that's why I'm very careful now. Because if I can't get to your market, I'm sorry. If it ain't somebody I trust, one of my girls, or Major taking me, no thank you. Because I can now go missing because you feel like I disrespected you. And I hate that feeling because Chef loves everybody. If you know me, you know I tell you I love you. You might be like, well, you just met me. No, that's what I do. I love everybody. But what I realized in this thing is that the woman ain't respected. We're disposable. You will kill me and not think twice about it. And the thing is, we're on land. So that means you got 53 acres to do what you think you can with me. And that ain't right. And then we can't protect ourselves. We can't have a gun. And I'm going to be honest, I'm a fella, so I can't definitely have a gun. You know, so you're putting these predicaments, and how do I protect myself? Who do I call when I'm in danger? Because the police ain't going to help you. So that's my fear. And like I said, it saddens me to hear these two powerful women who I look up to have to go through that. And then even though I'm in the city, I sometimes have to worry, okay, well, I know what I'm doing. I'm making my house a shop and two things. So if I deal with a client, that means that somebody can come in here and I'm by myself. Even though, because I'm in a rough area. It's just a fact. So those are things that are constantly on my mind. And I feel saddened that we're still in that predicament. Like Farmer Gill said, it's gone all the way back from when they took us off our land that we were on. From that ship to making us breastfeed their babies, feed them our food, steal our recipes, steal our resources. It's still this continuous thing. And then when we use our voice, they want to beat us down physically or mentally until we break, and it should not be that way. And I know I'm holding up.
There are a couple of things that y'all said that really resonated with me. But one of the things I want to let y'all know, before doing this urban ag work, I worked in the government. And my last job in the government was violence prevention, trying to stop us from killing each other. And what I know from that work, as a black woman, the person most likely to cause me harm is a black man. That's a hard reality, right? We talking about my brother, my father, my partner, my son, right? That's a hard reality to know that the black men that I love so much are the people who are most likely to cause me harm. I remember growing on the farm at the well, and one of my staff told me that I needed to watch what I wear because I'm distracting the guys on the farm. Now, I'm the boss, right? I'm the boss. But you telling me I need to watch what I wear because it's distracting you. You need to watch what you do, right? Because what I wear is not an invitation for you to do anything.
Absolutely.
Hard stop. Hard stop there. But let me also say that I also feel the most protected around black men at the same time. You know what I mean? I got a good daddy. Shout out to I got a good daddy. Shout out to the good daddies in the room. I know some of y'all in here. Shout out to the good black men. I got a brother who's my biological brother. If that man is here, I know I'm safe. The way that my brother covers me, there's no question about that. But let me tell y'all about the black men that I know. I live in D.C., Chocolate City. We got one of the blackest intersections in America. Malcolm and Martin only meet in a couple of places, and one of them is right here in the city on the south side, right? Where Malcolm and Martin meet, it's a liquor store, a check cashing place, and a Popeye's chicken that you can't sit down in, right? And a park that you probably won't let your kids play at, right? At all. So one day I'm riding by, and I see the Nation out there. Y'all know the Nation, right? I see the Nation. And I'm like, oh, what they doing? Let me pull up. Let me see what y'all got going on. And I told them about the project that I was leading. They said, sister, whatever you need, I'm going to be there. Whenever you need us, we going to be there. So to have the Nation backing us is amazing. But let me tell you, what if you just the Nation? They then brought the fruit. Y'all know about the fruit of Islam? Everybody know the fruit. Y'all know, like, they the largest volunteer security army in the world. In the world. Y'all, to see that come through our spaces is magical, phenomenal. So although I recognize that the black men are the people who are most likely to hurt me, I also recognize that black men cover me and protect me in a way that is unheard of. And for that, I'm appreciative. And I don't have it all the way figured out, but I know that us in this room are on to something real special with what we're doing and how we're having these conversations. Amen. And so I appreciate each and every one of y'all. And we're going to keep growing and building and protecting each other.
Really quickly, in the beginning, Tisha did a temperature check. She had everybody raise their hands and see who identified as a farmer, as a black farmer, as a female black farmer. And hearing these stories, I wonder if we can take a really quick one. Black male farmers, do you feel this threat?
Any threat?
Yes.
Okay.
On several levels. As a black farmer, I feel threatened, and as a black man, I feel threatened, even more threatened. As a black farmer, I am not offered the same advantages as my colleagues at the Maryland Farm Bureau level. I know that because I'm there with them. And as a black man, I don't feel my mom prepared me for a time like this. Because I was raised to be well-traveled, well-spoken, well-educated, well-dressed, and well-read. And I was also taught to respect women, because I have two sisters, a couple of cousins, and mom, grandmama. So it was always compliment a lady, and always be nice, right? But in this society, it is tough, because the other day, I had a door open for a young lady to walk through, and she walked through with her phone and didn't say thank you. That hurt more than telling me I wouldn't get the job as a black man. That hurt more because she was my color, creed, and race. So those are the challenges we're going through. The current generation does not respect chivalry. One, that's the female, that's in my opinion, I could be wrong. And secondly, I don't get a chance to be a man in a space. My job is to protect. So it's very, very good to hear you ask for help, because I'm good at that. But women don't give us a chance to protect, because they feel they can do it on their own. So those are the challenges.
It's a lot of conversation.
I'll speak from my perspective and others that I know. It's not that we feel like we have to do it on our own. We're in a situation where we have to. So it's a survival mode. But that's why this conversation needs to continue to happen, so we can really understand each other, that we're all operating from a place that we need, and the wounds are different. Okay, the next question. As stewards of the land, how do you balance the responsibility of nurturing crops with the need to allocate for your physical safety, especially in areas where there may be increased vulnerability?
So, I didn't grow up on a farm. I didn't grow up in a farming community. I am self-taught. I had to learn everything as I went along. And I started at a time when we didn't have this. When I started about 12 years ago, there was no, I didn't know of the Indian Farmer Training Program. I didn't know of, the YouTube universities and all of those things. So there were some books that I found online, and I was just going to buy all the books I could and read. And so learning how to care for my crops and my livestock is something I've had to learn as I go along. And asking folks to respect that. Another scenario, situation that came up on my property is one of the neighbors that my property backs to. Those of you that knows me know that I have 3 very large dogs. They are Guardian Livestock dogs, Great Pyrenees. And so they're really hard dogs to train in those first couple of years. And even though they have 53 acres to roam, it's not fenced in, so they end up in other people's yards. And so on the Nextdoor app, one of the neighbors, or some of the neighbors, were blasting me about, she doesn't take care of those dogs, they're always all over the neighborhood, she doesn't care about them, we need to report her. And so I got on and I said, I love my dogs, I treat them very well. I said, they are in training, this is the scenario. If they come to your property, here's my number. Call me, I will come and get them. Do not feed them or they will be coming back. The old white lady and her husband, Kenny, that lives behind me, consistently, Moon will go over there, and no matter what, I have Moon's GPS collar on her now. So yesterday, as a matter of fact, this was, or Friday, looking for Moon, and the GPS on my phone is showing that she's at this one particular address for like 4+ hours. And this woman had my dog in her house. She had Moon in her house. So we get in the back feeding the chickens, and I'm calling out to Moon. And usually when I call out to Moon, she'll hear me, she'll come. And as we're finishing up with the chickens, I get off the tractor and I start walking towards that back section of woods, and I can see her come out of her house with Moon. And she's rubbing Moon's head as I'm calling her. I'm like, why are you calling my dog? Let her go. I walk all the way over there. And I had to get in a really stern tone for Moon to run. And I said to her, that is the most unneighborly thing that you can do. You hear me calling my dog, why would you keep petting her? But her husband is standing there. So here I am, this black woman, this white man, and this white lady. And, they're my neighbors, but I'm gonna have to put up a fence because I just do not feel safe anymore with that whole situation. So, but what else can I do other than put up an 8-foot tall fence now around my entire property? So then here comes an additional stress for me. Because how do you fence in 53 acres of land and have it not cost you $20,000+? Right? So now another thing that I had to think about, right? Because not only did one of the people on that Nextdoor app that work for the park and planning service say, he was going to be keeping an eye out because the next time he saw my dogs, he was going to take them. But these are the challenges, I think, that as a black farmer, they don't want us to farm. They don't. Because if I say to you as a neighbor, don't feed my dog, why is she coming home with raw meat? Because you over here feel like you want to have a dog? Go get your own. There's plenty of the pound waiting to be adopted. Someone had a question in the back?
Not a question though. I just want to say something because I think I've gotten to the edge of my wits with what we see today. We've been seeing for generations. You got to know who your enemy is.
Yes.
And I don't like how people don't understand who your enemy is. Let's use an example. The children of Israel, for instance, when they say love your neighbor as your own, they're speaking specifically to the children of the nation, not your enemies. And we can't continue to act as if we don't know our lives are in danger. Every woman's life in here can be in danger. Every male's life in here could be in danger. If the state of Maryland has strict gun laws, would you rather be carried by 6? Or would you rather be judged by 12? It's a simple mathematics. And I'm not getting at anybody. I'm just speaking, Mike Love is speaking. This is me. No one else. We all have to prepare. If we're farmers, we're gardeners, whatever we prepare, whatever we create, you have to protect. That was a major issue with Black Wall Street. You've seen it several times over. How many times there was more than one Black Wall Street. How many of us know that? There was hundreds. You know what they didn't have? Protection. In some places. But you know what some did have? Protection. I'm going to tell you right now, everybody, every woman in here, I'm telling you this out of love. It's no excuse that you can't make it to the gun range. And if there's a brother in here that you know, that you can, it doesn't even have to be anything intimate, nothing. That's a brother to you. Take that woman to the gun range, man. Help her get a pistol. Do something. We can't be up here begging and crying because your enemy does not care about nobody in here. And I ain't preaching to nobody because you guys already know. It's already in your soul. It's already in your heart. You know it already. We can't walk around weak because we're not weak people. Your ancestors were hung from trees. The women were raped. The dogs were killed. The children were stolen. And the government protected. The only protection we got is in the flock. That's why the flock is powerful. That's why they said in, what was it on the show, one strong fist can strike a mighty blow? Was soul food?
Yeah.
Y'all remember that? So I'm saying to everybody out of love, man, this ain't no just me just talking to be cool. So I really don't care about that. Everybody in here needs to have a means of protection to protect their body. Because I'm telling you, when they coming, they coming. They not playing with you. They're going to use everything they can against you. But I'm going to tell you, the moment you start fighting back, the moment that you're able to prepare and have something in line to defend yourself, that shit stops. Sorry to say it, I'm saying it stops. So please, if you can, maybe not today, maybe tomorrow, if you are unsure how to go about protecting yourself or getting a pistol or having somebody show you how to use a pistol, take the time to find out. Use a knife. Do something. But don't be at your house scared. Because they love it. They love when you're scared. They love when the women's scared. They love it when they, what am I going to do? And there's brothers here.
But that's a mental state. This is kind of making me frustrated because
Yeah.
we're talking about being regenerative, returning to the soil, returning to connecting to ourselves, and then we're talking about weapons and all of that, and I get it, but there's other ways to protect ourselves, and I hear a lot of us giving our power to other things, and it really is about us drawing our power together to protect ourselves, even when we are spread out in these other places, and so it feels heavy in here right now.
I mean, but sis, I love you, and I'm just telling you, I love you.
I love you too.
It's a very heavy situation. It's very, we've had, I'm gonna cut it short after.
Well, we're talking about protecting ourselves. The general session is open right now, and Delegate Grammer, I believe, has a bill for people who are a medical patient to be able to use firearms. So please, look that up on the MJ website and sign up for a testimony, because that's where it's important, the laws, y'all. Nothing really moves in the country wherever we are unless the laws change. So if this is important for you to have protection for people who are in cannabis space, please sign up to testify. You can do verbal, virtual, or on, in person. Okay? It's important to be involved that way also.
And I have one more thing to say. Thank you for that. When the panel was talking about the juxtaposition, my sister with the comb in her hair that I love. Yes. So the juxtaposition that you said, statistically, you know that black men will perpetuate crime against us, but then your real life. Can y'all hear me? Because I don't think y'all need this microphone. Use it. Okay, now she's gonna use it. Oh, that's better. But your reality didn't say that, right? You talked about all of the fruit and all these people, and so I think that we have to, the why. Who is that information serving when we say, the black men are perpetuating, against us? Because this big fat black boogeyman has never existed in my life. I hear about it, you hear about it in the media, but that's not my lived experience. And so, and I think that we have to, the big black boogeyman, why is he that way? Look at the society, look at what you have to overcome. And so when you come home to your mother, your sister, or to your spouse or girlfriend or whatever, you take it out on a person that you can take it out on, and it's a release. And so it's that's to me the healing and the connectedness. Let's focus on that instead of I mean, if you want a gun, get a gun. That's fine. But I'm just saying you focus that energy as well on healing and repairing the transgenerational trauma that keeps showing up in our life and amongst our kids that's perpetuating the stuff that we're talking about.
Both things are important. You got to do them both at the same time.
I think that there's a few things that we have to always keep in scope, that there are immediate answers, there are things that we can do today, there are things that will take time, that will take dedication, and that each of us have different gifts and giftings that we need to step into so that we can create the full scope of the solution. We can't all work on the same thing. We're not all an arm. You know what I mean? Like, as somebody has to be a heartbeat, somebody's gotta be a toenail, I'm sorry. Somebody's gotta be, you know, all the things. And so, in this space, everybody is right, and everybody needs to be heard. And so it's not that, oh, somebody's saying something that's wrong and somebody's saying something that's right. It's more so somebody's saying something that might be able to be the solution for 5 minutes from now, and somebody might be saying something that's a solution for 10 years from now. And so we have to really, you know, pay attention to all of those things.
Which goes back to what I said a little while ago, when it comes to healing and feeling safe, it's not linear, it's not a one size fits all. Everybody comes from different backgrounds. Like me, I'm very, very in tune, and I'm very, very spiritual, but I can put somebody down if I have to. You know?
Think about it.
So it really just depends. So there isn't a right or wrong, it's just different experiences.
Okay. Y'all had me in here sweating, boy. I was trying to bite my tongue. So I gotta say it. Okay, that's how y'all got me feeling. It's hot anyway, and I'm having hot flashes. First of all, let me say this to the men group. This ain't no poo-poo on men session right here. Black boy joy is important to me. Black men's joy is important. Because you're not told that you are important, that you are loved, that you are kind, and that you are magical. I know that. I've sat down and talked with many brothers that said that. You know, my partner, Major, we constantly have this conversation because he was raised one way and I was raised another way, right? And then on protecting yourself. He knows my situation, but that doesn't stop him from educating other women about how to use a firearm and going to the shooting range and setting up shooting range dates for all the ladies to go and be able to learn. He's trying to tell me, hey, in case of emergency, this is what you do. They don't care if you a felon or not. You try to hold yourself. And like you said, I'm gonna have to go in that court. If I gotta go in there and say, hey, this is what I had to do to protect myself, then that's what I have to do. Now, the question was about being a steward of the land. First of all, I didn't even know or consider myself to be a farmer until I met y'all. I just knew myself as a grower, right? Being able to have that space of people pouring into you and telling you what you can be and what you are. I had my neighbor send out this all points bulletin about my garden. Now, mind you, I got 120 cannabis plants in the back. He don't care. He mad about the garden because he said he can't sell his house. And it was a whole thing. And then it took 2 elders to say, well, we in a pandemic. Y'all should be asking her how to grow y'all food because we ain't gonna have no food in a minute. And it was that 2 voices that made them sit there and stop. And my partner had to speak up because they weren't hearing me. And that's sometimes just how the game is. It is male dominated, but sometimes it is white man dominated. But you gotta know how to navigate. Same thing happened in culinary school. They tell all the white boys about the competitions. You see their pictures in the little newsletter, you're like, well, hold on, I didn't know about that competition. So guess what I started doing? I kept going to all their meetings and all their offices, and I just started popping up at the competition and started doing it myself. And they would be mad because I walked out there with the blue ribbon, and I'd be sitting there just, And I'm saying that to say to y'all, you know, in this farming space, we do have the love of brothers looking out for us. And yes, these youngins are different. And yes, it sucks not to be appreciated. But that's why you surround yourself with space, with people in a space, with organizations that's going to give you your respect, give you that guidance. And you might not like what they have to say all the time. That's just life. We're not going to like it. You know how many times they told me I couldn't be a chef? Guess what? I sat there and I did what they wanted. And then when I was done and over it, I went and found a scholarship and got myself into culinary school. That ended, I had to figure out my next step. But being blessed to be able to grow on the land, have amazing sisters like this to look up to, and talk about these conversations is the most important thing. Because if we don't talk about it, how are we going to be about it? They sat there and shamed you and told you you shouldn't have that land. Like my brother said, we got hundreds of towns on the lakes. But now what do we do to go back and get it and keep these stories going? We can't keep saying, oh, well, you can be angry, that's great, that's your foundation. Now what you gonna do with that anger to get it to go to the next step? You feel what I'm saying? Okay, there you go. I don't know how I'm really supposed to follow that shit. That was a lie. What I will say about being a steward of the land in the way that we're trying to be very intentional about what we do, recognizing being in the nation's capital, we do environmental and political education, right? Real clear about these imaginary lines, these political lines that people have made up saying DC stopped here and PG started there, right? Like, if you've been on the South Side, you know that that don't exist, right? But so if you've been to the well, if y'all have seen my children, you've heard this call and response that we do, right? My children understand the watershed that we're in, what body of water that connects to, how big it is, and what body of water that connects to, and we keep going all the way to the Atlantic Ocean, right? Because that understanding of your own environment allows you a different level of autonomy in how you move across this world. And we don't just stop there. When we go into the political education of this, my children can also tell you every level of representation and who sits in that seat. Because if they have any problems, they know who to go. They know who to call. Whether you voted for them or not, they represent you. And they sit in that seat. So they have an obligation to you because they work for you. And being real clear about that, right? Real clear. That's a privilege that we have here in the District of Columbia that we want to share with everybody. Y'all got to be able to pull up on your man and be like, hey, yo, what's the problem? That's what we do. That's what having that level of education does. So if y'all want to do this, holler at your girl, the environmental political education for our young people is so important. Me?
Can I say something? Just to really quickly to say, that's one of those moments, because in order to change the system, you got to start with the kids. And if we are talking about things that are happening right now for us that we need changed, we also need to step back, turn around, and look at our little ones and pour into them the things that they will need so that when they stand in our position at that age, they will already have the change that we could see, and they'll be looking forward to a different change. So we have to do it all simultaneously.
Oh wait, I got one more after that, right? Most schools have gardens nowadays. A lot of our schools and our hoods have gardens. But our garden has a school. Did y'all hear that? Most schools have gardens, but our garden has a school where we're teaching our young people all that they need to know about how to feed themselves, how to connect with the water, the nutritional benefits, and everything around that, right? Only a fool lets their enemy educate their child. So again, it's about us educating our own. And all y'all that pulled up at UDC yesterday, the second oldest HBCU in the country, we got to pour back into our own educational institutions, y'all. That's why spaces like this are so important, for us to come together and share best practices and knowledge and network with each other. So I'm going to stop there.
You're right about the school system. I have 4 children, and 2 of them did the traditional way, and the other 2 are homeschool. That's one of them right there. So this is her schooling, here, taking all this in from all of you guys. All right, I'm just gonna ask one last question, and then we can just carry this over into the group session where I have more questions, and then we can start putting some strategies into this, right? So we can take it beyond the conversation to actually some action. Reflecting on your experiences, how have systemic challenges and stereotypes affected your perception of safety, both personally and within the broader Black women farming community?
Colonizers. Them colonizers be coming in, and they don't always look like them. You know what I mean? That internal oppression has caused some of them calling outlets to look like us.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna stop there.
It was just getting so. I wanted to say something. He's looking at me right now. Hi, Farmer Chippy. Hi, Farmer T. My girl. Okay, I brought them up because when you go to Plantation Park Heights, right? That's community. From the kids to the babies to the chickens, and if they not listening to Chippy, he said T right up in there. She don't waver. And that's what keep me going, right? Looking at these ladies. They out there farming and running their own business, and I guarantee they get told no a lot.
Yeah.
Being able to sit there and have community and changing the trajectory, changing the history, changing that narrative, one step at a time. Chippy always get on me all the time. You go out there and you gangsta it. I said, but Chippy, I live in D.C. You know, last time I tried to gangsta something, you know, the Federal Service Police came and tried to lock me up. Let me try it another way. And yes, I'm on UDC property, but I made that my property. Now, I'm going to do what I can as long as I can. And like going back into the schools, we let them dictate the schools. That's why I love seeing homeschool moms. I don't know if Elizabeth's Corner is here. These homeschool moms, these micro schools y'all are building are important because they don't want to educate your kids. They want to brainwash your kids. But it takes Plantation Park Heights, Elizabeth's Corner, these beautiful ladies up to hold these spaces. Like they looked at me like I was crazy when I went up to Patterson Elementary with all these plants. These kids need to see where it comes from and be involved in putting their hands in the soil so that way when they're going back home every day talking to mom and dad about it, or just talking to mom, they now, when they get that bag of food from Martha's table, they're invested and not throwing it away. They know the value, they know that their kid is doing it, and they now have a connection. It always goes back to peeling that onion and finding all the layers and putting your tentacles in there and finding how to work those layers. Because that's the important part. We can be stewards of the land, but if we're not going back and peeling through those layers and figuring out how we can be an assistance, how do we help our communities, how do we help our mothers, how do we help the micro school parents, then we're not doing our job. We're doing a great job by being at this caucus because they don't want us to go back to our roots. They want you to keep thinking that it's labor or that was part of slavery. No. We made that excellent. You stole us because we can grow it. I ain't gonna keep talking. Come on.
That should be a shirt. I was gonna say it's really interesting, and I think it's such a privilege to be here with all these wonderful women and all these perspectives, like we discussed earlier. It's not like someone is right or someone is wrong. We're all coming from a lived experience, and that's really important to like hold space for that and all the different sort of ways that we can challenge these spaces. When I got my house and they built it, and there were some issues, and I remember my aunt coming over and saying, how's everything? I'm like, oh yeah, everything's good. But in the back of my mind, I was just like, if I keep calling these people, asking them to come out here and like fix this and fix that, whatever, you know, are they gonna, you know, get upset with me, or am I gonna have to be like a little bit more aggressive with them? And then, you know, and for a while there, I was a bit scared, like, oh goodness. And then I remember when I said, I'm doing this farming thing, my family was like, for real? I'm like, yeah, this is what I'm doing. And I remember I had to fight my local FSA office for support. I had to go up in there, I had to like I had to call the Secretary of Agriculture and talk to NRCS guy, Dr. Martinez. And I remember my aunt coming over again telling me, and she said, please be careful, they will burn your house down. And she knows, because this is our ancestral home, this is where we have been for a very long time. And it really stuck with me even to this day. The fact that I feel like this should be my farm and my land that I steward should be my happy place. It should be the last place on the earth that I should feel threatened because I'm trying to feed my community. It's the last place that I should have people that are farm service agents make me feel like what I'm asking is for too much. And that's one of the stresses that kind of exacerbates the other stresses that we have to deal with as women in this industry. But I just want to put that out there, like, our elders remember the things that happened. I know those woods where my cousin was hung. We see it, I know it, we have the story. So it's even more important in this day and age when we supposedly have freedoms, but I see a lot of our freedoms being taken away, that we continue to stand up for ourselves regardless of what they are trying to do. And I will tell you to this day, I saw one of the gentlemen that I called and harassed, and he comes up to me at another conference. He's like, "Did you get your high tunnels?" I was like, "Yes." And he was like, "Thank God." Because he knew if I didn't get those high tunnels, I'd be calling him again. So I say all this to say that even though the spaces can sometimes feel unsafe, that is my home. And like she said, I'm a gangster, right? I'm gonna protect my space and my peace as long as I can. Screw those people, and sometimes I gotta tell myself, I have to remember, like, okay, well, if I get hung, something bad happens, that's okay, right? Because I know I did everything that I could to protect myself, and I'm gonna keep my peace by staying in my peace. And I'm not gonna let anybody else that's supposedly out there to help me to give me back our tax money. We seem to forget the money that I'm asking for is my money. So I don't want y'all ever to forget that. Like when you go in there and you're asking and they're putting you off, because that's gonna be a big thing for every single one of y'all when y'all go into these new FSA offices that are cropping up. Be diligent, harass them if you need to, and respectful in the beginning if you need to, but disrespectful in the end if you need to.
Just to piggyback off of that and put it in writing. Send emails. Get a notebook, write down, I called on this day, I left a message for this person at this time. That has weight in the court system. Okay? They can say, oh, well, we didn't get the call, or we didn't find the email, but you got your notebook, that you documented all your time you put into it, who you left messages for, or who you contacted. That has value. I do want to kind of talk about, how I have gotten back to feeling a little safer in my space. Yes, having one of the dogs up at my RV with me consistently helps, and having my shotgun cocked all the time in my RV also helps, because no matter what anybody says, during the pandemic, the one thing I know for sure is that every person, or I should say, every person that, a lot of people that don't look like us, they were arming themselves. They were buying tons and tons of ammunition, tons and tons of guns. Yes, I am going to have my concealed carry permit before the end of this year. But I'm going to say to our community as a whole, sometimes defending each other needs to be more of a priority. If I hear anyone say anything unkind about someone that I know, I'm going to step up and say, no, that's not the person I know. Making sure we have each other's backs. Because we can't all be everywhere all the time. And if you know that this person is not this other individual's described, because I had a scenario I found out about last year, someone that I hired and took into my farm to work, Caucasian person, had the nerve to refer to me as a bully. Okay? Yeah. Now, they didn't think, oh, well, for one, she didn't have to hire me. 2, she didn't have to give me a raise after 30 days. 3, she really didn't have to keep me after all the crap that I did and the fact that I spoke the words I spoke to her in a manner of being insubordinate. But the fact that she eventually did fire me, now I'm going to go around and tell people she's a bully. Yeah. Yeah. And so, but even with that, I don't feel any anger towards that person. I feel disappointment more than anything. right? I'm saddened by it because I feel that I am the kind of person, even at 51, I still always approach everyone with, oh, I really want to teach you everything. I want you to learn everything. I want you to learn the business side of this thing that we do call farming. You know, I want to share all the knowledge that I've accumulated with you because that's who I am, right? Now, do you really want to receive it? That's on you. So, I've had support not just from our community, but also from the other community. I've had them pull up in droves to help me. And so, I'm not of that mindset where I think all white people are against me, because that really isn't the experience I've had in this country, right? But I do understand that there are a lot of folks around me that are not for me. And so,
Right. Sometimes that's coming all shapes.
yes, yes. So I am happy to be a part of this organization, this group, and I am grateful that we were able to make it to this point.
Like, when at Future Harvest last year, I got to hear Chippy speak and not to get to hear you speak. And, you know, I'm that research person, right? Like, just give me a book or put me in that direction I'll find it. And I just, you know, Farmer Girl was just talking about, like, this is what you need to be looking for. You know, you need to, don't let the USDA make you feel like that's the boogeyman, and this is how you go after that. And that's what made me start looking like for the Annie's Project. They don't want us to know that, because that's something that they hold. But we rolled up in there. They, you know, you gotta go if you want it, and then that's in anything. If you want it, you gotta find a way to get. And that's been me. You know, I live in the city all my life, DC girl. I should try to bring people to come into DC. Come look at all the sea of black people. Look, it's like the whiz. But, you know, and then, yeah, but different. You know, you might hear some gunshots or something like that. It ain't gonna be no, you know, I mean, but, you know, I love my city. And, you know, I mean, look at where we are. We're at Howard University, right, like, I used to walk out that door. My mom's house is maybe about 5 blocks that way. And you see all the beautiful Howard students. And I'm like, I'm gonna do that. You know, and it goes, and I guess I'm saying all this to say, we have to keep going back and showing these kids. That's why you got girls that don't know a man is supposed to open the door, or, you know, these youngins don't know please and thank you, or ma'am, or, you know, we have to keep going back and looking at where are we having the most need, or where are we messing up over here, and flood that. You know, that's why I brought up Chippy's work and Tiara's work, you know, and what she did with the well. And I hate how they did you up at that, but I'll let you tell that. But yeah, anyway. But like all the hard work she put in there, because she's a strong woman, she a black woman, and we in DC, we gonna be real. Gentrification is king. And I'm not gonna say that all white people are bad. No, I got a little ginger snap, he be helping me out. You know what I'm saying? There's some good allies. I call him the color of Benetton. He knows I do. I tell him right in his face, you know what, you are the colors of Benetton. You really have faith in me. I really appreciate you. He was here today. He just wanted to have a table with information to help, because, yes, my little white Mike, yes, honey, that's gonna be coming with information, because he really believes in what we're doing, and he wanted to find some way just to help. And it's not all bad. They're not all bad, but we do need to have our own, you know. And sometimes, as she would say, you got to gangster them. You got to finesse them for what they got, so you can get it and bring it and give it to your brothers and sisters. So sometimes you got to smile and grin in their face and take what they got. I'm not saying let them disrespect you or hurt you in any way. I'm talking about smile, be polite.
All right, so in order to allow people into the world, whether it's a fear or just to be vulnerable, they have to feel safe. So I just want to thank all of you for creating a safe space for them to share and allow them into the world. We're going to get ready to head into our breakout sessions. I hope the main characters, where are y'all? Can I put your hands up? The main characters. I hope y'all join us in there, because we do want to hear what your perspective is, and then also we can all just put our, heads together. Again, it's nothing is right, nothing is wrong, different experiences, different ideas, different suggestions, we narrow things down, and then we just move forward from there.
Yes. So our next movement is a couple of breakout sessions. If you would like to continue the strategies based on the panel we just had, you would stay in here with us. If you'd like to join Holistic Healing with Pharma Tiara.
Pharma T.
You raise your hand.
There you go.
There we go. That will be in room 219. You will go to the second floor. You will see the signs for 219. You'll go right around the corner. I'll go and assist getting you there. That one is a little tricky. Then also there's a breakout room downstairs on the bottom floor, which is Farmer Chippy, Challenges and Solutions of Urban Farming. It is on the bottom level, room 138, and Ramona will be able to direct you to that room. If you have any questions, just see one of us, and we're going to try and make this transition swift so we can get back up here for our final session with Glenn. That will be at 4.
Thank you.
Two other members of Black Farmers Index joining us for this last presentation. I first want to say thank you for staying. I know conferences can be very intense and a lot of information. We would like for this presentation to be interactive. So if you have a question, just ask and we will ask it in real time. The two members of Black Farmers Index who are here, to my right is Dwayne Reed, who is on data and logistics, and Ayana Shivers in the back, that is my sister, who's also on data and logistics, and as well she does project management. Black Farmers Index, well first we'd like to say we come from farmers. Like I said last night, our mother is from Lafayette, Louisiana, and our father is from Vicksburg, Mississippi. But we grew up in Los Angeles, California. And in our household, we often heard of the tales of how we were ran off of our farmland. And like I said last night, on our mother's side, our great-grandfather was acquitted for killing a white man. He was the first black man in the state of Louisiana for being acquitted for killing a white man, and because he was protecting the farmland that his wife, our great-grandmother, had. Unfortunately, he was sequestered, and they had to sneak him out of Louisiana, where he lived in Houston, Texas. But he came back to, it was St. Martinville, and less than a week, his body parts were found on the train tracks of St. Martinville, Louisiana. On my father's side, the oral history is we come from farmers, and they were also pastors. There was one of the men in that family was what you would maybe call like a MLK or a Medgar Evers. He was a pastor, but he was also an advocate, and he actually advocated against the state of Alabama to stop imprisoning pregnant black women who were forced to work on chain gangs. And because of his advocacy, he was falsely accused of saying or doing something inappropriately to a white woman. And so the KKK or the Patty Rollers or the white folk came to the property. Most of the men died. The women and the children and the older folks fled to Mississippi. So when people say, are you a farmer? I am not an active farmer, but I come from farmers. And this is not a rare story. This is a story that's very familiar in Black families. So the work that we do is ancestral. However, Ayanna is a gardener, and actually she is the one who is the first of our family to return back to the land. All right, so how did Black Farmers Index start in 2020? Very briefly, I was in Italy, and actually I was, during the pandemic, I got stuck in Italy, and people were praying for me. Oh my gosh, I'm praying for you in Italy, but I was chilling in Italy because I had what I needed, and that was my food, and I had my wine, and I had my man, and I was cool. But then what I saw in the United States were people being forced, farmers being forced to, you know the story, to throw their milk out, to leave to kill the chickens, to leave the tomatoes in the field. And I knew that when the food shortage hit, Black people would be the first people to suffer because we are the farthest from our food sources. And so knowing about Black farmers already, I thought it would be a good idea to create some type of directory where consumers can go straight to Black farmers. And so this is how Black Farmers Index was created. And it was a media project. And this was before George Floyd, right? Nobody was thinking about any of that. And so when I put the list out, people were like, ah, that's cute. And then George Floyd happened. And then now people wanted to have equity. Equity was this conversation. Food was one of the major ones. So this is how it started. So it went from a media project in April of 2020 to a nonprofit in July of 2020. Thankfully, I have some siblings who understand my crazy, or a little bit. And so they joined, and my mother actually is a board member for Black Farmers Index. And we headquartered it at our grandmother's land, or former estate in Lafayette, Louisiana. Even though I live in Philadelphia and Ayanna lives in Hyattsville locally. And we became a 501c3 in October of that year. I told you what our mission is to drive people directly to farmers. We wanted to cut out the middleman. And we wanted to give people the opportunity to have conversations with farmers, because what we were hearing were there aren't any Black farmers. And as you know, a lot of the stories talked about the bad things about Black farmers and growers. And so a lot of people thought that Black farmers didn't exist, which is one of the reasons why the business is an issue, right? And so we also highlight farmers on our social media page. Our Instagram page is our most popular page. And so we highlight through videos, through photos. We also have Facebook. We also have customized newsletters that go directly to the farmers. And so we grew. But when we highlight the farmers, our thing is to narrate with respect and humanity. That's very important. And also, we also emphasize for people to do business with the farmers. Can y'all hear me in the back? Yeah. Okay, all right. How we've grown. One of the things we do, we've done a Vittles box, which is a box that highlights the food of Black farmers. We did it for 2 years in a row. We didn't do it this past. It happens in the winter because we have to recalibrate that. Another thing in our growth is that we provide workshops. And also we started advocating. We are on the Hill talking about the importance of Black farmers, but we also put faces, names to Black farming, because what we found out, a lot of people who say that they're advocating or they know Black farmers really don't. And they really don't care about y'all. They're only there for whatever gain. So we are there in real time. Also, we've created partnerships with a number of organizations, working with the Black Mid-Atlantic Farmers is a partnership that we did for this event. And we also create market opportunities. So a lot of farmers said, hey, we like to farm, but we don't have any place to sell our food. And so we did our first pop-up in December in Lafayette, Louisiana, where we were told there really weren't any more Black farmers. Black farmers came out the woodworks, and we had a good time. And another thing is that we identify resources and information. And what we mean by that, we like to vet the information that we pass out, because we realized that there are a lot of programs and initiatives that a lot of people put out and they get grant money for them, but they don't meet the need of the grower. And as well, sometimes we even try to walk along the program with us. So there are some of farmers on the index that we will show up at the meetings, Stephanie knows this, and we will listen to make sure that, you know, it meets the need of the farmer, or something that's said we may not like or agree with and say, you need to recalibrate that, okay? Another thing is, you seen that we out of this is all organic growth. Let me tell you, Black farmers, we didn't start with a grant. We didn't start with, you know, a philanthropic person. We started out of our own pocket. And so most of our money we get now is from work that we do, right? It's not a grant where people give us money. We actually do work behind the scenes. And we're very intentional with that. But out of it, we've created these different types of ecosystems. The index has become a really great source for farmers to locate to locate farmers, and as well, farmers to know what's going on in other farming communities. Last year, did you hear about the story about the Colorado ranchers? Did y'all hear about that? No. There was a story last year about a couple who were Colorado ranchers in a rural, predominantly white town, and it's called Yoder, Colorado, and they were being ran off of their land. And so it actually got international press. That advocacy started on Black Farmers Index's page. All right, this couple, we received, I'm a journalist by trade, but it got to a point that from the information that I received, that they had very strong reason to believe that the local law enforcement, some members were in cahoots with local townspeople to run them off of the land because they bought 1,000 acres of a ranch. But what they didn't realize was the level of vitriol that they would receive. And so they went to as many press people in Colorado, they went to the NAACP, they went to the ACLU, they went to everybody. And maybe the ACLU, there was one person from the ACLU that was about to help them. He died of a heart attack. And so by the time we got contacted, they felt that they would die any day. And some of the information that I received recently shows that that was a very definite possibility. And so we highlight businesses to farmers, but we felt compelled to activate farmers. So it was Black farmers on Black Farmers Index when they heard this story that mobilized, and they had charges, they were arrested, the charges got dropped, and so on and so forth. Maybe about 2 or 3 weeks ago, this production company owned by Key Peel, something Peel, Monkey Paw Productions, contacted, and they're supposed to be doing something on Freedom Acres Ranch, right? So our ecosystem expands a lot. Now this is like I would say like a rare case. It's not every day, but we really like to deal with just the everyday farmers. But we are creating an ecosystem. One of the things that we have been really starting to do is that we go out to farms all over the United States. This is a farm in Fort Lauderdale. I'm sorry, that wasn't supposed to be Freedom Acres Ranch. That's actually supposed to be Big Urban Steel Farm in Fort Lauderdale. We go to farms, we go to gardens, we go to grow houses, greenhouses. We do all of that because a lot of farmers, 1, didn't know we were Black, 2, didn't know most of us were women, and 3, people didn't think we were real. And so we wanted to not only go out to the farms, but also learn intimately about the operations. Because when we talk about growers and producers, we want to come from a first-hand perspective. All right, I'm gonna give you a couple of our successes. Sam Cobb Date Farms was a farmer who really embraced us and talked to us initially and has been featured in the Vittles boxes. Somebody, we would send promotional Vittles boxes to people we thought were dope. One was a woman who is a Black Muslim, and she responded and said, I put out a call to all the black Muslims, when it's Ramadan, buy your dates from Sam Cobb Farms. So now every Ramadan, Sam Cobb has a special for you to buy dates. He is the only Black grower who produces dates in the United States. I'm gonna tell you how good his dates are. Because I was bragging about his dates in Abu Dhabi. Because I was like, these dates I'm eating in Abu Dhabi are garbage in compared to Sam Cobb. So I was just going around, have you had Sam Cobb's dates? You know, and somebody on the staff of New York University looked him up, ordered gobs of dates, and now they put his dates in a repository at NYU. I didn't know NYU had the largest repository of data on dates in the world. And so I was like, Mr. Cobb, you need to contact them and make sure you have proprietary information. These are the things that we do, right? His dates were that good. All right, and now he has a whole bunch of folk from the Middle East ordering his dates in the Black Muslim community. So that created a whole other avenue for him in his revenue. Lemuel Ranch, I was just quickly talking about them. Farmer Stephen Gaskins has an almond orchard. His trees are over 60 years old. They're non-hybrid, non-GMO. They're a rare orchard. He produces gourmet almond butter. When we met him, he didn't have a website and he only accepted cash. And he had almond butter that would probably go for about $25 to $30 a jar on the market and did not know it. He was selling it for $10 a jar in Oakland. He still sells it for $10 a jar in Oakland because that's his people. But in expanding his base, he now has a website and he accepts different forms of payment. That's huge. That is, do you understand that's huge, right? Because we were like, sir, do you do Venmo? Do you do PayPal? Do you do checks? He was like, So we had to have another, I'm from a big family, a sister who lives in the Bay Area, drive to him and give him the cash in hand. So we try to work with farmers and growers from different, wherever they are in their business. And the last one is Crooked Fork Land and Cattle. He just contacted us and said that his feature actually got him a huge contract because it legitimized his business. So you all understand this, and we get this with Black Farmers Index. People don't think we're legit, right? And they try to find a source where you're credible. So that's one of the things we try to do. I just wanted to show some of the successes. Another thing that we found out in our farm visits, a lot of y'all's farms have a lot of history on it. For example, on the right, the farm, Big Creole Farms, is based in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Dennis Damer is the farmer. His father desegregated Hattiesburg, Mississippi at the expense of his life. One morning, their house was firebombed and his father actually died because of the burn wounds. His farm sits on where the bomb happened, but it actually was the headquarters for SNCC and NAACP members to come, and this is where they lived and ate, right? Nobody would know that. On the left is actually a farm not far from here. Y'all have heard of Mount Pleasant Acres? That's in Preston, Maryland. And that is, those two women, we call them the aunties, Paulette Green and Donna Deere. Paulette Green, that's her family's land, and it is on land that Harriet Tubman's family once farmed and were enslaved on, and the land that she helped them sneak off of. And every December 24th, they have a vigil where they walk to kind of replicate the walk because Harriet Tubman helped her family escape. Christmas Eve, and what you know about enslaved folk, they often ran away between Christmas and New Year's Day. So one of the things that we bring to Mr. Damer, which he already knows, but also the aunties, is to use your land for more than just growing food. It is a historical site that needs to have a historical marker and be protected, all right? So these are things we're finding on these farms. Okay, another thing we discovered is most Black farmers that we come across do not use any chemicals, pesticides, right? Am I right? Correct. On their food. But the problem is Black farmers probably make up about 1% of the organic industry. As you know, organic industry, your food can be sold at a premium, right? So a couple of years ago, an organization by the Organic Trade Association contacted us because one Black woman worked there, she still works there, Stephanie Jerger, and she wanted to do this. She had a program to get more Black, it was farmers of color to be certified. She contacted us in order to get more Black growers in the program. There is Stephanie Miller of Mystic Pine Farm, has been going to these meetings for like almost 2 years, right? And so it opens up the possibility of what you can do in organic farming. But this is such a huge opportunity that we have been compelled to add that as a very important part of the work that we do, is to get you certified. And there's a lot of reasons why we don't have a lot of time. I'll talk about it later because I know y'all won't go. Okay, here we go. All right. So organic farming, another representation of organic farming that we do is Dr. Dana Nettles. Nettles Farm in Mobile, Alabama. Dr. Nettles is a third-generation pharmacist and a fifth-generation farmer. And she actually is transitioning to organic. She will be the first, if all works out, to get her certification. I'm gonna tell you how huge this is. I'm gonna tell you. The USDA put in a $300 million program to get more growers certified organic. It's been going on for almost 2 years. Guess how many they've had certified in 2 years? 6. So little old Black Farmers Index and the little girls and boys over here will, with the possibility, have 1 or 2 within the next 2 years. All right? And what we discovered in this process is an even playing field. Now, we're not trying to even the playing field, we're just trying to get some of our people over because we have a way bigger plan than what it is that we have to do. But I just want to show you, give you an example of how a lot of people are getting a lot of money off of you and not doing the work. We are here to do the work. So I wanted to, like I said, so what we did is, well, what happened, we were contacted by several organizations, Organic Trade Association, Pennsylvania Certified Organic, Florida Organic Grower, Accredited Certifiers Association. We are in work contracts. We are not in grants. So we are in work contracts in order to bring more growers certified. We are a totally on-the-ground organization. And we walk with you along the way, and we incentivize with you along the way. But I just want to talk about that. So I wanted to get very quickly into some data because one of the things we learned is that a lot of information is collected off of y'all, and y'all don't even know. So we wanted to share in the age of transparency. And let me tell you this is something that we learned working with our Native brothers and sisters. Do you know you have to go through a vetting process before you can even step on Native land if you are not a representative of their tribe? We need to implement more of that in Black farming communities to make sure that when people come, they are true and they're going to do what they do, and we can hold them accountable. I just wanted, that was a side note. But we had a virtual town hall in December 29th. It was called the Cooperative Economics Town Hall, and we took a survey. And this is for Black Mid-Atlantic farmers. And we asked the question, what is the biggest challenge for Black growers? These are the results. The top one is capital and funding. The second was land. The third was discrimination. And the fourth is knowledge and access to grants and agricultural programs, right? So I want you to mark that because this is actual data that you can use when you are bidding for grants and contracts. This is actual factual information that you can cite. It's very important as an academic. They always ask you to provide or substantiate what your claim is, right? So when you're applying for that money, you could say, according to blah, 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 this is capital and funding is the biggest challenge. Y'all got that? Do you want me to keep it up? All right. And we hear you loud and clear. As a side note, let me give you a tip. If you sell and if you do not have SNAP EBT processing, get it as soon as possible. When we did the pop-up market in Lafayette, Louisiana, we were in a Black community. The challenge was most people used SNAP EBT to buy their food, and we didn't have anybody to process the payments. So make sure you either know somebody who does or you have it. If you are a non-grower in this room, one of the biggest assets that you can bring to Black grower is a market and have SNAP EBT. Black growers have been talking about they either are denied that market or when they go to a market, people pass them over because they don't want to buy from them, or they're placed or they're positioned in the market where it's not walkable, where you don't have a lot of foot traffic. That's one of the biggest things. And if you are a grower or you're becoming a grower and you don't have have the land and you're still trying to figure it out, start a market and develop relationships with farmers who will give you access to land and give you knowledge. All right, that's one of the ways that we saw can be very beneficial. And as well, if you got some education, got you some college, you got some writing skills, grant writing is one of the biggest challenges. Go to a grant workshop and get some grant writing experience. And I'm gonna drop this nugget on you. This has been something that has been told to me for the past year. USDA has given out the most money it has, especially to folk of color, in the history of the USDA. And it's not gonna be around for a long time or too long, maybe not even past this administration. So take advantage of the next, what is this, 6 months we have? Or whatever, how was it, November, what, the next year, to get as much as it is. Whoever's gonna be in office, they are forecasting rocky financial times, but people are gonna need to eat, all right? Okay, so we have some on the ground work that we're just gonna show. I'm not gonna explain it. I wanted to get more into the interactive part of this presentation. How am I on time? What time is it?
4:27.
Okay. All right, so, this part, we like to always open up the space to see exactly what's going on with y'all. Admittedly, we've been downstairs, we haven't been in here, but we had a couple of questions that we would like to ask and see what your thoughts are. First of all, who is a grower? Okay. Who's a non-grower? Who is wanting to grow? Okay, all right, okay, just wanted to know that. So who is anybody that is certified organic? All right, that's not a problem. Well, we foresaw that, all right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Gap.
Yes?
Gap.
Gap.
Good attitude.
Oh, GAP certified.
Oh, good. Now, what is that?
It follows along the lines of certified.
Right.
But, cleanliness, yeah, it's cleanliness, making sure that, no pesticides and things like that are used. So it's just basically good agricultural practices, cleanliness, sterilizing your tools, making sure your water is good and things like that. But it's like a step before the natural certified.
Okay. And so, thank you. Like I said, we are new, so we're learning a lot. One of the things that we learned, as you can see, this is from the farm tour yesterday, right? One of the things that we challenge, because we have a lot of conversations with people, and they're like, we seem to not be able to find black growers, right? One of the challenges that we talk about are the way that the programs are marketed and structured don't provide a clear pathway of how you could, 1, obtain them, 2, optimize from them, and 3, complete them, right? So thank you for that. But we're learning all these different programs, and we're like, how do farmers keep up with that? That's one of the things we want farmers to farm. We want growers to grow. And so we try to make things as accessible as possible when we learn about them. But thank you. The reason why we got behind organic is that is the certification that allows you to step in and negotiate in the room. And so we stand behind it so much so that our partnership with Organic Trade Association, once you get the seal, they put you in front of thousands of restaurants and whatever organizations, so you could do business. And we're working on, there's this thing called Transition to Organic, which if you're GAP, you can do. That's actually an opening market that's coming up. So that's just something to stay abreast on. So this is part of the tip. Okay, so the next question is, I know you've already talked about this, but based on that question, what are your biggest challenges? What are your biggest challenges? I know you probably answered this 1,003 dang long times today. Anybody want to talk? Huh? The access to capital, right? No. So we talked to, in the state of Louisiana, they had for the first time, I think last year, that a black, actually 3 black men are in positions. Well, 2 are in the FSA office. It's the first time in the state of Louisiana, and we asked them, what is it about capital and us not getting it? So they said that what they've seen is the biggest challenge is that black farmers don't have anything to leverage when they go ask for a loan. Because a lot of farmers are leasing their land. And so they were like, that's the biggest challenge. However, one of the things that we did find out, and this is where you have like the good old boys network. A lot of white farmers might not have it either, but they have relationships that we don't have in these offices and at these banks. Okay, so access to capital, which is something we're working on. We're still trying to figure that one out. Okay. Anybody else challenged? Want to talk about any reflective moments? Any aha moments? Yes.
You had mentioned in lieu of GAP certification, organic certification. Okay. Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Okay. You had mentioned in lieu of GAP certification, organic certification. One of the things with my wife, Duncan Braswell, in the back, who is the first black NRCS rep and FSA rep for the state of Pennsylvania. She's all over. But we found out that there is a vegan certification.
Really?
And vegan certification is actually what we think organic certification is. So if it was like, if you were to compare them as college degrees or college diplomas, the organic certification that we all think we want, that we're seeking, right? That's like a bachelor's degree. And then the vegan certification that we think is what that is, that's like your PhD.
Is the vegan certification, is it federal or is it state?
It's federal. I can't answer that. She could. My wife can.
Okay.
But when the USDA is not telling us, we got USDA training and certification, so the USDA certification that we took, it taught us about the difference between organic certification and vegan certification that FSA won't talk to black people about. Interestingly enough.
Sounds like it's on their brand.
You gotta know to ask about that and to ask questions and get that information out of them. What we think organic is, according to the USDA, there's still 50 to 65, depending on what state you're in. Man-made, chemically fortified pesticides, fertilizers, like completely nothing having to do with organic. This is like some chemical stuff. And it's still acceptable and considered organic.
That's right.
So, we want organic certification, but no, we just want to keep growing organically like we already are, but with a vegan certification.
Right.
That's really, I'm trying to just hip y'all to that. Y'all really want a vegan certification. And there's vegans in here too. So when you think you're eating organic,
But what does the vegan certification in terms of profitability?
It's scrutiny. Okay, profitability. Okay, when you go up in a Whole Foods, right? A lot of that stuff, it came from an organically certified farm or a vegan certified farm. You'll notice that some stuff, different name brand, costs more. It ain't just the name brand. It's the company and the farm it came from having a vegan certification. They're paying back. You know, you're paying for that. It's the highest standard now that we're going to discriminate when it comes to food. So you can sell organic, and you go into Whole Foods, you're going to sell your tomatoes for like $8. That's organic. You might sell your tomatoes for $10. That's that vegan certification.
Right. That's good. That's good to know. And let me say this: when I'm talking to growers, the certifications, whichever one it is that you get. Look at it as an inroad to expand outside of just what you produce. Adiola and I were talking about this yesterday. There is a dire need for educators, advocates, certifiers, and people who understand the whole gamut of what it looks like. That is the biggest challenge when we're talking about nobody, like the brother, we don't know the full process because a lot of it is kept. So, you know, it's kept away, right? And so it just might happen on a random day that somebody might tell you something. I wanted to stop and give you, because a lot of farmers like to know about farmers. 15 minutes? Okay, all right. This actually, we went on a whole bunch of sugarcane farms in Louisiana in August at the height of the drought. We were in 107-degree weather, by the way, all right? That's Amara, who's not here. This person, Dr. Charles Guidry, is the largest sugarcane producer in the state of Louisiana. He farms 4,000 acres. I just want y'all to know that. And he hosted us, he and his nephew hosted us for the day. And he has a very interesting story. His father was a sugarcane farmer. He didn't want to farm, so he went and got all his nice fancy degrees and they wouldn't give him a job. And so he went back to sugarcane farming and now is the largest sugarcane producer in the state of Louisiana. So if you go to Louisiana, please check out Dr. Guidry. Oh, that's us. After a long day, okay. Another thing that we try to do is tell these stories, these very important stories. Yeah, we tell these very important stories. So I just want to tell this other one. The value of the black grower in these small pockets that people don't know about. Max Farm was a farm on a leased green land in Davie, Florida. And their farm, along with a handful of other growers, supplied Davie, Florida with about 20% of its meat and produce. The land was sold because it was private land to a developer, and their farm was bulldozed. And so most of the people in Davie are folk of color, and they're under the poverty line, right? So I wanted to so that's us visiting and check them out. All right, so I want to know a couple more questions. What does an ideal farming operation look like? Have y'all ever had the opportunity to sit back and say, my farm operating at its highest capacity or its most ideal capacity looks like what?
I'm rebuilding, so like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna start all over on my farm, which is all the stuff I have to do, but successfully just to be able to complete what I set for the season and harvest well and sell all my value-added products.
That is something I want you to ask yourself all the time, because us as a business have to sit down periodically and reinvest, reflect where we are and think about where we need to go. What about you? The most ideal farming operation, what that looks like on your farm?
It would look like 2 full high tunnels, my pasture completely fenced in so the deer don't eat my popcorn, and a little bit more infrastructure so that when I bring people to the farm that they can really enjoy it and be comfortable.
Okay. Anybody else? What is your, come on, let's bring these imaginations. Let's go Afrofuturistic on here. It's so important for us to imagine what it looks like so it comes to fruition.
Well, I would say, I just want to have a nice space to bring people together, to enjoy the fruits of our labor, whatever that is. We're new, so we don't really have a product that we're bringing to the market right now, but I want to have a nice space where people can come together, enjoy what we produce for them, and the educational center, so that people can also learn to provide food for themselves.
Thank you. Okay, you itching. I see that. Come on.
I'm not so I'm here as an aspiring farmer.
Okay. What does your farm look like then?
So I have a garden. So I have basil, peppermint, catnip, some other herbs right now. So what I would want is, what my goal is to just really see the products, to be able to make products from what I grow.
Okay. So it's so important. You know, one of the things we learned with Dr. Amin, who spoke earlier, is that in Japan, a large farm is 1 acre. That's a large farm. So one of the things that we do at Black Farmers Index, some people might see their faces on here, is that we want to encourage you, these definitions of what a mid-sized, big farm, and so on and so forth, throw that out. If you own 1/3 of an acre or you grow out of your backyard, you are growing food and you are feeding somebody. That's so important for you to know. And let me, as we wrap up, this is us in Delaware. We were at the Delaware conference. If you ever go to Cleveland, Greenall Partnership is a wonderful farm to go to. Okay. Another thing, I lost my train of thought. Yes, the USDA, yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I wanted to give everyone a chance to thank you.
I just wanted to make sure everybody got a chance to talk a little bit about their challenges. So one of the graphs we presented was all that data, and I saw a lot of folks taking pictures, and I know we already talked a little bit about the organic certification, but I was curious to see if anybody else can talk a little bit about what the challenges specifically are when it came to land and capital, so that we understand the full scope of it. Chef Martin.
About to get it.
Ooh, I was just gonna try to clean up on the side and be quiet. But here we go again. Hi, y'all.
Hey, Chef Martin.
You know, Chef love y'all, so this is all in good intentions. It is so difficult to have land access. And in DC, I don't know if you know, you own the house, but you don't own the land.
Yes.
And like I said, you know, my partner will tell you, we went from being in the basement to my mama's roof, to a corner. If you gave it to us, we growing on it. But to get the funding for that land is so hard. And especially because we're in the cannabis business. So all of our stuff is in the gray areas, we can't take our money to the bank. And if we Black doing that too, oh, they really ready to go with the federalists. So it's super hard to go and get money. And then when you do talk to these folks, you know, they're looking at you like, no. With your 620 credit score, no. You still got that student loan on there, no. And so it's very hard with having land access. It's very hard going out here and finding funding. And I have applied for every grant that I can find. And I get told no, and I keep trying. But it is hard. It's hard to find a market to sell your food that you can actually make money. So it's hard for me. It's just like I compared to, my mom said, you went from one difficult career to another. But that's me, I'm stubborn. Where you saw my head, big Sagittarius, we are fire. I'm literally on fire all day. And I think for me, it's unfair that Black farmers don't have no reparations for land. Like, we supposed to be getting that back. We should be getting that back. You know, it shouldn't be this hard to get money to grow. It shouldn't be that hard to get money for a hoop house or a tunnel or a greenhouse. It shouldn't be this hard, but it is. And that's the part that's disheartening. And that's sometimes why it's hard to get these young folks to stick with it. I had a young lady, I had to hug her and tell her, don't give up. Because she wanted to throw it all in because she saw that this farmer is going through this. And they're constantly struggling, and they're constantly breaking their back, and they're constantly bleeding. And she said, I don't want that. That was like burnout. And I said, don't give up because it's not always going to be that hard. Good comes when you have to sweat a little.
Thank you, Chef. I'll take it. Thank you. I guess that's what I'm
To that point, does anyone want to discuss like how they've been able to manage that issue, how they've been able to manage getting land or capital in a creative way?
I think I was very creative in our sense, but before we actually just bought a house with my husband and I for our first time home buyers, I actually reached out to our family to see if we could put money together to be our own family compound. This was in 2019, so pre-COVID, right? But no one saw the vision. Like, what are you talking? We can't afford it. I'm like, but if we put our money together, we can afford it, right? But they didn't see it. But that didn't stop me from my vision. I continued to garden in my townhouse. I have a housing choice voucher that I got because I was a homeless teen with a child. And I held on to that voucher, so when I bought my house, I can have that also for help. And that gave us the land access that I have now to grow. So, that's all.
Thank you for sharing. Anyone else want to share?
I'm an aspiring farmer, and I'll be working with Farmer Gal at Deep Roots, training to be a production manager. Hopefully she saw something in me that was really there. But I mean, just having dreams of land and turning over in my head, like how could I ever own a home or be growing on my own land when I'm still caught in this rent cycle and all of my money is going to rent. And then when I knew that farming was my passion long ago, I couldn't find opportunities that would train me and also pay me. So it's like I wanted to go do woofing, working on organic farms, but I never had a summer that I couldn't be making any money, even with a situation where I could live there. And so for me, there's a quote from Kurt Vonnegut that's like, everybody wants to build and nobody wants to do maintenance. And it was kind of rethinking this vision that I had to start over and like looking to not just calling on my ancestors, but looking to my elders in my community and just being like, when I feel like I have enough to offer, I'm be for weeks going to the farmer's market, hoping Farmer Gal knows my face. And when I feel that I have enough to offer, even though I was working at a job where I was the only Black employee there, and learning some good fundamental skills, but not doing the kind of gardening or farming I wanted to, doing gardening and not really farming in the way I wanted to, and not really feeding my community in the way that is meaningful to me and is what driving me to do this work. And just like having a conversation with Farmer Gail now, I just feel like I'm in this room, my dreams are coming true, all of that, but like it took shifting the idea that I needed to start from my own land or my own thing and realizing that I can partner with people who have already set themselves up really great and did the work. Like when you talk about your dream farm, or what a dream farm is, like for years I've been saying, I just want a Black farmer to take me under their wing and show me all the ways, and I promise I'll do the work and I'll make it worth their while. And then now that's happening and I see so much of the ideas that I've been turning around in my head, she's already beginning to implement them. There's the education food forest, she's gonna have an education center, she's gonna be able to train people and pay them to be trained. So I think it's also rethinking this individualistic idea that we all need to have our own, like you're saying, trying to get people together, land trust, all these kinds of things that I can't even imagine. But there are enough people imagining it with me in real time and not feeling like I have to homestead or I have to isolate myself. And just the more that we can keep plugging in, like the more I love, hustlers and harvesters saying, let's all get money. Let's put these ideas together and we're all gonna make it work. And so I think that shift in what it means to be successful alone versus in community is what makes dreams of having partnership in land even remotely possible for me.
Thank you so much.
Last question, where are we at in time? It's time. Last question, what can Black farmers do to assist you?
Take a chance on young aspiring farmers.
Well, because of time, I guess we will table that one. But we are an open book to communicate with. And just like we're growing with you, we hope you grow with us. Thank you so very much for staying. Y'all could have been anywhere on a Saturday in DC, but y'all stayed here. So good to see you from us. And we don't think we have any questions. Bye. Thank you.
And I just want to say personally again, thank you, Kaya. They were our first sponsor for this conference, and they helped to fund that beautiful dinner we had last night. We appreciate you.
And let me tell you, our postings have value. We have heard from quite a few farmers who got posted and got business contracts and everything. So just get to know us, how to add us, and we will do the work. And thank you, I didn't know we were the sponsors. And we hope to be back with y'all.
All right, folks, we don't have to go home. Thanks for coming, everybody. And please continue to give us your feedback over the coming days. Good night.